sort of thing.
Yeah, so they're going.
Good morning, everybody. We will call the July 12th, 2021 meeting to order. Council member Albritton had a flight delay, so he is not going to be joining us this morning, but he'll be back for the council meeting. We are going to start out with a swearing in of our new police officers. If there are any family members that would like to come behind us to take photos of the swearing in, you're welcome to do so at this time. With that, I'll call up Chief Slaughter. Don't be shy, it's fine. Come on back, just go through the swinging doors.
Big group. Morning, Mayor, Council.
Room on this side too, on my left.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Dan Slaughter, Chief of Police. I'm really excited to be able to introduce to you our next recruit class. And I'm going to start from my left and work to my right. I'm going to start with Ryan Belding, who previously worked for the Pasco Sheriff's Department for 3 years and served on the Honor Guard there. He has an AA degree from Dutchess Community College in New York and is the father to 1 son. Brianna Bora has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from St. Joseph's College. She worked for NYPD for 2 years. Jared Copeland has a bachelor's degree in business management from Jersey City University and a master's degree in business marketing from the University of Phoenix. He worked for the Manalapan Police Department in New Jersey for 6 years, where he received 2 life-saving awards, and he is married with twin girls. Anthony Caruso has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the Florida Gulf Coast University. He served 4 years as an artillery observer in the Marine Corps. He also received several awards in the Police Academy, including the Top Gun Award and the Excellence in Fitness and Defensive Tactics. Jessica Dilla worked for the Commerce City Police Department in Colorado for 5 years, where she was last assigned as a detective. She is working towards her bachelor's degree with over 100 credit hours, and she is married with 2 sons, and her husband is a police officer in Largo. Cortland Harrison previously worked for the Pasco Sheriff's Office for 4 years. While employed there, he was a field training officer and was also on the SWAT and the STAR team, and he was featured on the Live PD show, TV show. Ivan Hernandez Perez previously worked for the Clearwater Police Department as a police aide and then worked for the Pinellas County Schools Police. He is working towards obtaining his degree from St. Petersburg College in cybersecurity, and we're excited to have him back. Brendan Peterson previously worked for the Fairfax County Police Department in Virginia for 4 years. He received the 2019 Officer of the Year Award for the district. And Zachary Zara is the son of Sergeant Christian Zara, and he has served in the Army 101st Air Assault for 3.5 years and is currently in the National Guard Reserves, and he is married with 2 children. And I am excited to ask you, Mayor, if you would direct the clerk to swear them in.
Mr. Clerk.
Raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Brendan Harrison,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government
the Constitution and government
of the United States,
of the United States,
state of Florida,
the state of Florida,
and the charter and laws
and the charter and
of
laws
the city of Clearwater,
of the city of Clearwater,
that I am duly qualified
that I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the charter and laws
under the charter and
of the
laws
city of Clearwater,
of the city of Clearwater,
and that I will,
and that I will,
well and faithfully,
well and faithfully,
perform the duties
perform the duties
of a police officer,
of a police officer,
which now I'm about to enter.
which now I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. Welcome aboard.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. You like it down here,
I
but
love it around here today.
congratulations. Welcome aboard. Be safe.
Happy you're here.
Congratulations. Welcome aboard. Congratulations. Glad to have you. Congratulations. Movie star.
Good to have you.
Congratulations. Welcome back.
Congratulations.
Don't do everything your dad said.
Congratulations. It's great to have you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Chief, and we want to welcome all of you to the department. We look forward to seeing your careers progress. It's great to see second generation with Sergeant Zara's son on the force, and we will all be praying for your safety and wisdom as you do your job on a daily basis. Next, I'd like to call up Sheridan Boyle, our Sustainability Coordinator.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We have a presentation for you this morning on the U.S. energy sector that I think you'll enjoy. We will be led by Mr. Sol Haroon and Mr. Street Lee in this discussion. Just some brief introductions to both of our speakers. Mr. Sol Haroon serves as the Technical Director of Electrical Systems at McKim&Creed, where he collaborates with a diverse team to bring full-scope energy services to create client-centered solutions. His experience in renewables in the energy sector spans over 20 years. In 2018, Sol was responsible for an energy model for the Georgia Tech KBISD living building and enabled the building to be 30% net positive. In addition, he serves as an adjunct consulting instructor at the Georgia Institute of Technology. As a graduate of both the University of Waterloo with a degree in electrical and computer engineering, and the Georgia Institute of Technology with a master's in high performance building science and architecture, Sol is frequently engaged in speaking engagements and panel discussions on energy, on electrification of vehicles, and on the built environment. Mr. Street Lee has long been a proponent of incorporating renewable energy to utility operations to reduce the energy costs associated with treating water and wastewater. He helped lead the strategic expansion of McKim&Creed's renewable energy engineering capabilities and has been responsible for projects that studied and/or incorporated alternative energy for buildings and process operations. Mr. Lee is a registered professional engineer and is based in McKim&Creed's Clearwater office. He has over 35 years of experience in a wide range of infrastructure and facility planning and design. Thank you, and I will hand it over to Mr. Haroon.
Thank you, Ms. Bloom. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, great. Great, got it. Thank you for this opportunity, honorable council members and staff. My name is Sol, and myself and Street, our president of engineering, are very excited to be here and grateful for this opportunity to share about a very pivotal topic, energy. Okay, there we go. So around 7 years ago, I received a really curious call from one of the largest energy companies in the world, Aramco, in fact. And this was via Georgia Tech, in fact, and they requested me to come in and to create a course and to teach about energy, and particularly about renewable energy. So as you can imagine, I was really piqued about this. I said, what would one of the largest companies in the world with over $1 billion daily revenue want to learn about energy, and particularly renewable energy? Well, much like you guys had in 2011, the vision that the changing landscape of energy had many challenges but also opportunities, and that is indeed what Aramco saw as well, that there were challenges but also opportunities in that landscape. So today I'd like to go through 5 areas. One is, what does this landscape look like? What are those opportunities? How do we really compare natural gas and renewables on any kind of an equal footing, so to speak? What does ROI look like particularly? What are we seeing from a load profile, from a load structure, for electric vehicles and building space? And then finally, how do we make sense of all of this in an intelligent, coherent fashion? All right, so as Nikola Tesla said back in the turn of the 20th century, one of the fathers of the electrical grid, he said, if you really want to understand the secrets of energy, or the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, vibration, and frequency. So to that point, what is energy? We'll just start with that. And energy is simply the capacity to do work as measured in kilowatt hours or kBTU. So some other terms that are very important, of course, are eco-conscious, environmentally friendly, and you can read that on here. And of course, reliability, that's pivotal and very important as well. So what is renewable? It's quite simply the energy stolen from Greenprint, from the Clearwater Greenprint itself. Energy from a source that is not depleted when used. quite simply, quite often the fuel source is free. Resiliency is the ability to a piece of infrastructure or system, environment, or community to sustain or recover its essential functions when presented with a disruption. And finally, of course, sustainability, meeting our current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs as well. So if we look at this landscape, let's just start really simply. What does energy look like right now? In the United States, pretty much it's a very diverse energy mix right now. 34% is natural gas, 35% is oil, petroleum, and the rest consists of nuclear, coal, and renewable energy. So what we're seeing is that nuclear and coal energy generation is decreasing, and that natural gas and renewable energy generation is increasing. So if you look at this, what's called a Sankey chart, it's a flow chart essentially, not quite as scary as perhaps it looks, but 30% of all energy consumption is used within buildings. And natural gas is an integral part of that, so around 40% of all energy, or actually more or less within the United States, consists of natural gas. In fact, 40% of electric generation on average in the United States is natural gas, 75% in Florida itself. And then you see the rest made up of nuclear, coal, et cetera, et cetera. So renewables are on a significant growth trajectory, right? We all know this. So what do we do about that? Okay, and how do we harness that? Unfortunately, 2/3 of this energy is lost. So from primary source energy, from where we get it from the well or from wherever it is, unfortunately we lose 2/3 of all that energy. So there's significant opportunity there. So what I'd like to do is kind of compare, before we go into a comparison of natural gas, kind of look at this infrastructure, this grid infrastructure, both for natural gas as well as for electricity, and then kind of weave in the story of renewables and solar. And I'd like to do a fair assessment on this as well. Having seen a number of things with Aramco, I actually got an opportunity to go out to the Middle East, to Doha near the Emirates, and see some of these largest oil wells, as well as what they're doing in terms of renewables too. So I got a fairly balanced perspective, hopefully. So if you look at the natural gas infrastructure, it consists essentially of production, transmission, and distribution. Pretty straightforward. And as you can see right here, on the transmission side, some of that is used directly in industrial applications, but it's also used for gas power generation. And as I said, within the state of Florida, 75% is used for electric production. The rest made up of nuclear, coal, and renewables, and very little hydro, I believe. So what are natural gas reserves right now? We have over close to 500 trillion cubic feet right here of natural gas within the US itself. So 500 trillion cubic feet. These are what's called proven reserves that we know of and can access right here. We have much larger reserves as well, which I'll talk about in a minute. Now, if you see that consumption, you'll see that some amount goes to electric power generation within the entire US, and a lot of it is also made up of residential and commercial and industrial, of course. So we use around 30.5 trillion cubic feet. So you can do the math quite simply. If you've got around 490 trillion cubic feet available of proven reserves, and that we are consuming around 30.5, if you do the simple math on that, you get around 16.6, 16 to 17 years available within the US. Now, having said that, so two things I'd like to point out. First, the US is around 5% of all proven reserves within the world. A lot of it is within the Middle East, within Venezuela, and Russia particularly probably has the largest reserves in the world. But the technically recoverable resources is around 2,900 trillion cubic feet. So that means it's not just the proven ones, but it's also the unproven ones too. And they're not necessarily economically viable. Even if you use that figure of 2,900 trillion cubic feet within the United States, you get around 95, 96 years of lifespan. So just to quickly overview what natural gas looks like, okay, it is certainly very cheap. It's one of the most economically viable fuels in the US and in fact in the world. is 50%, it has 50% of the CO2 emissions of coal. Okay? It's reliable, it's controllable. You can dispatch it whenever you need to. It has what's called a high capacity factor, which I'll get into shortly. However, it is a bit costly to store. It can be prone to explosion if not treated or handled properly. Hydraulic fracking has some issues as well, as we know about, particularly to the water table. It's not renewable in that sense. We have, as I showed, around potentially 100 years, probably less. And there are methane emissions on this. So CO2 is a greenhouse warming gas as such, a gas that a greenhouse warming potential. But methane is around 30 times more, and nitrous oxide 300 times more as well. Although the lifespan of methane is measured more in around 10 years, whereas CO2 is around 100 years or so. This chart right here is comparing the CO2 emissions per kilowatt hour in terms of generation from natural gas to all these other different types of fuels as well. So let's just shift to electric grid, and then we'll move back to another comparison between the two. So the grid, as we all know about it, and have been hearing a lot about it in the news right now with Texas, Northeast, and so on. I myself also grew up in the Northeast and also in Canada, so as we know, there have been some issues up there too in terms of grid reliability and so on. But essentially consists of 3 or 4 things. There's generation, transmission, distribution, and finally usage by customers. If you look at that infrastructure itself, and if you look at renewables and how they might fit into that, they fit in quite nicely in terms of you've got central renewable, you could have it from a central renewable generation perspective. You can fit in renewables plus storage on the transmission. So we talked about generation, transmission, and distribution. And within the actual distribution network, at the load side, you can fit in scalable renewables as well. And of course, it allows for EV integration. We're seeing a lot of that as cities are more or less trying to electrify their fleets. So what does the solar infrastructure look like? There's PV generation, as you can see on the left side, consisting of PV arrays. There's conversion from DC to AC. There's collection, and finally putting it right onto the grid. And in terms of solar, as I said, it lends itself scalable from very small systems up to around 500 kilowatts. These are typically behind the meter distributed generation. Community scale integration, 500 kilowatts to around 20 megawatts. And then finally, very large scale systems, 20 megawatts plus. And you can see this is what it would look like, something like that. Now, if you look at something called the levelized cost of electricity, no discussion on energy is complete without understanding economics. One way to measure economics is something called LCOE, or levelized cost of electricity. That is simply the sum of all the cost over the lifetime, the OPEX and CAPEX, divided by the sum of electrical energy produced over the lifetime, typically 20 to 30 years for a lot of renewables. What we see is that in around 2009, when I was kind of starting in renewables, we saw that it was quite expensive. In fact, it was 30, 40 cents per kilowatt hour just to produce that electricity with solar. That is not economically viable. But look at the trajectory. Look what's gone on since then. It's been on a downward considerable slope, such that in around 2017 or so, or 16, it was even cheaper than natural gas. And wind has also been on a downward trajectory, wind power, but that is probably around 2020, 2021, in which solar is now cheaper than even wind. So we're now looking at 1.8 cents per kilowatt hour, or at least projected to 2040, and around 3 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour in terms of avoided cost. And the largest solar power plant in the world, in the Middle East, in fact, is less than 1 cent per kilowatt hour. Now, of course, size matters. Size definitely matters in that case. So what about small solar? Is that economically viable? And we'll get into that in a moment. So if you look at residential PV systems, you can see that the cost of installation has come down considerably too, that we're looking at around $2.70 or so per watt in terms of install, commercial $1.72 or so, average throughout the country, and less than $1 a watt for utility scale. That was kind of the magic number that NREL and other organizations said that they wanted solar to be at, and we have indeed achieved that. Grid parity, that's the key word. That's great, but solar has a big, big problem, and let's be fair about this. Something called capacity factor, and that's the ability to, the actual energy that's produced compared to the ability for that system to produce energy, or what it should be producing. In other words, if you ran it over a 24-hour period, what percentage of that period are you actually getting energy? Solar has the lowest, 24%, 24 to 25%, compared to nuclear, 93% capacity factor. Or if you look at natural gas, above 50%, 50 to 60%. So that means if you're running that plant for over a 24-hour period, you can effectively run it for more than 12 hours and get energy. You can't do that with solar. Your fuel source may be free, but unfortunately you're kind of beholden to Mother Nature. When there's no sun, you ain't got no solar, right? So as they like to say, or as I like to joke with some people, solar works great on sunshine, but unfortunately it doesn't work very well on moonshine. But there are other applications for moonshine, I'm sure. So PV overview. If we summarize PV itself, yeah, it's very cheap. Absolutely. It's now the cheapest form of creating new energy. In fact, a lot of utilities are installing solar. In fact, it's the largest growth trajectory in the US in terms of new installs. 5% of CO2 of coal, as opposed to 50% for natural gas. Minimal O&M, your operations and maintenance cost is quite low. It has now the lowest LCOE, levelized cost of electricity. There is minimal to no air-water impact. It's renewable, it's free fuel, but it's got a problem. It's not controllable. It's not dispatchable. If you're a utility, one of the most important things for you as a utility is steady the ship, steady as she goes. You want a level curve, so a straight line. Utilities like to be boring. Boring is good. Reliability is good. So it has, unfortunately, it's not reliable, it's not controllable. It has the lowest capacity factor. Okay, can we do something about that? Here is a bit of an eye chart, and you guys can have a look at it later on. It's just comparing with a little bit more detail. But the key points here are natural gas is a fabulous base load. It works, it's reliable. It has issues, though, that we know about. What can we do? Enter solar. Can help mitigate some of those issues in terms of emissions, in terms of environmental impact. But unfortunately, solar by itself is not controllable. The key word is dispatchable. A utility wants something that's controllable and dispatchable. If you look at capacity-weighted construction costs, they're more or less in line with each other now. To create a new plant, costs with natural gas versus solar is more or less the same. And if you look at utility scale, levelized cost of electricity, solar is in fact cheaper. That's utility scale, understandably. So we did some modeling here at McKim & Creed. We took a 100 kilowatt system and a 300 kilowatt system, and we did some return on investment. Okay, so we've used some industry standard tools, and we can certainly do a lot more of this as well. And this was something called System Advisor Model, a tool that can look at economics. So you can vary the cost of construction. Looking at that right here for a 100 kilowatt system, we saw, by the way, based on your assumptions, discounted rate, whether you take on any debt or not, whether you own the system, whether it's a PPA, etc. All of that can be done. So I did one basic one for 100 kilowatt. I'm seeing around 8.6 years simple payback for a 100 kilowatt system. Now, granted, that would be a little bit more based on the cost of installation. So I used around $1.72 a watt with no incentives. But if we're looking at $2, $2.25 or whatever, we're still looking at around under 10 years or so for 100 kilowatts. So this is a commercial PV system on a rooftop, let's say. The levelized cost of electricity, real, is 5.4 cents per kilowatt hour. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby. And as the system grows larger, as you install a larger system, you're looking at around 5.3 cents or whatever. Now, I really would like to do this on a case-by-case basis. So, and again, but this gives you an idea about ballpark in terms of commercial systems. Utility scale systems are even cheaper. We're looking at well under 3 cents per kilowatt hour, whether it's Duke Energy, Georgia Power, PG&E, whatever. They are doing solar massively. But so are commercials, industrial and commercial clients as well. There's got to be a reason why they're doing that. Let's just shift gears, so to speak, to looking at the motor vehicle infrastructure, the electrification of the fleet. If you look at well-to-wheel efficiency and look at petrol or gasoline vehicles, you're looking at an overall 13% efficiency. So while you have a pretty good refining efficiency and so on for oil, you're looking around 80%. But by the moment it goes to the wheel itself, there's a tremendous amount of loss. So you've got 60% efficiency there for an aggregate of 13%. Electric vehicles have a main advantage, even though the grid, I should say, is not that efficient, unfortunately. You're looking at 31% efficiency from generation loss and transmission loss. The vehicle itself is 76% efficient, or more or less. So an overall 23% efficiency. In the reference slides, which we have shared with you as well, you'll also see what it looks like from natural gas. What about if you were to just burn that natural gas directly for compressed natural gas vehicles? What about hydrogen? So there are various figures of merit there too. You're still looking at electric vehicles being more efficient. It's the laws of thermodynamics, the Carnot heat cycle, versus the laws of electromagnetics. Electricity, when used directly, not for heating purposes, is just far more efficient. But when you burn fuels, they are more efficient for doing so, but not so much for conversion necessarily to electricity or for direct final use at the load level or appliance level. So, but what about if you change that picture to use renewables instead? So the internal combustion engine using gasoline, as we said, is around 13% efficient. The electric vehicle, when using solar or renewables, because there are less transmission losses, that figure from 23% jumps up to 74%. What about full tailpipe emissions, the cost for creating batteries, the cost for creating motors and so on. If you look at that, you're still seeing, in terms of long tailpipe emissions, less than half for, let's say, an electric vehicle like the Tesla, an all-American made vehicle, Tesla Model 3, versus an average gasoline car. A hybrid car sits in between there like a plug-in Prius or the like. So, having said all that, we've looked at the issues with natural gas, we've looked at the issues with solar, we've looked at the opportunities with natural gas, the pros and cons, and also the opportunities with solar. What can we do to kind of combine all this together? Well, I would say the first thing is energy efficiency. The best use of energy is no use of energy at all, right? We would be remiss to forget about energy efficiency. In fact, I was just on a panel, hosting a panel 2-3 weeks ago with the Association of Energy Engineers, and we had Dr. Marilyn Brown, who's a Nobel Peace Prize winner in 2009, I believe, and her comment was, energy efficiency is the first fuel. The first fuel. Energy efficiency is the least cost energy resource, and this wedge, what we've done over the last 10, 20, 30 years, we've saved more by better appliances, using more energy efficiency than all of new construction or new energy creation. It is a fabulous wedge. So efficiency through equipment upgrades and strategies. So right sizing, right timing, When do you put those energy efficiency measures in place? And I'm happy to see that in green print, you do talk about that in the revised green print. There's discussion of that. So education, awareness, behavioral changes, all of those are integral to part of this energy efficiency. Then also right equipment and doing so at the right time. If you combine all of that together, you have low-cost efficiency strategies combined with equipment upgrades and behavioral changes, and then you couple in clean energy generation. Then you've got a potent solution. But that's still not enough. That doesn't solve the problem of renewables. They're not dispatchable. You have issues as such. In fact, California, which has been aggressive in solar in the nation, leading the charge, has also seen a lot of issues. Well, why is their grid still not functioning fine? If solar's so great, what's going on here? Okay? Well, they coined that term back in 2013, I believe it was, something called the duck curve. This shape right here resembles a duck, meaning that solar is generating energy during the day. But that's not necessarily when you need it the most. So you have a bit of an issue right here. And what is a nightmare for every utility is this ramp. This ramp is quite painful. So within 3 hours, utilities, such as in California, have to ramp up 13,000 megawatts, I should say, in terms of power delivery. That means they have to bring online those natural gas, those combined heat transfer, combined cycle natural gas plants, all of those very quickly. And they're not designed to respond to that. So solar is actually causing grief and problems, as much as it's a touted, fantastic source. But we got to do something about this. Every cloud has a silver lining, of course, right? There is no silver bullet, but there are other silver things we can use, perhaps. Okay. So if you look at this, this is what's going on. You're creating energy during the time, this is not necessarily from midnight. Oh, actually, here it is, yeah. Over a 24-hour period, you've got creating energy, but what you could do perhaps is store it. You could store it and dispatch it. Now you can bring control into the picture. That's what you ultimately need, is control, a means of regulation. Power is great, but power without regulation and control ain't worth anything, so to speak, to coin a phrase. So energy storage, that landscape is changing. What we saw in wind started over 15, 20 years ago, and prices dropped. Solar, that evolution started more or less 10 years ago, and prices dropped dramatically. We're now seeing the same thing over the last 2 years for energy storage. So most of energy storage is pumped hydro in the United States, but the rest consists of thermal storage and batteries, electrochemical batteries, flywheels, even compressed air systems as well. That's what it looks like right here. We're still looking at 90% plus on terms of pumped hydro, but the rest of that puzzle is expanding, allowing distributed energy storage systems rather than just centralized. So it's a little bit hard to read right here, but essentially what I'm trying to convey right here is with this evolution of energy storage from pumped hydro and compressed air systems that take time to respond. They cannot surely respond in that 2-3 hour period. To some extent they can, that California needs in order to fix up that curve. But now companies like Tesla, Zonin Battery, and many others are installing large solar systems, large energy systems. In fact, Elon Musk promised the government in South Australia 100 days where it's free, and he delivered on that, 100 megawatt hour system. And I think it was in Queensland or southwest north in Australia. What energy storage, the new type of energy storage that can do, it can respond quickly. So it can respond to address things like regulation, voltage stability, power quality, all these things that utilities are looking to make our grid stable. We have an issue, let's face it. We're seeing it in Texas, we're seeing it in the Northeast, we're seeing it all over the place. We need to make this grid stable, one way or another, right? We need reliability. We cannot suffer outages. Reliability has to be coupled, or rather sustainability has to be coupled with reliability and resiliency. We just can't have sustainability on its own. We need reliability, we need resiliency. And energy storage is a means to address that. But let's step back even more so, and let's put in smarts. Something called a microgrid. It scales up, whether it's small on a commercial level or large, has the ability to basically, what is a microgrid? It's a means of creating a power system with intelligence locally that combines together, that's in a well-defined boundary, that combines together smart loads, renewable power systems, including turbine and natural gas power systems and energy storage, in a comprehensive fashion that can both connect and disconnect with the grid. It's intelligence, it's sexy intelligence with control and all the resources to bear that we've talked about. It's digitized, it's decentralized, it's decarbonized, and it's electric. And it answers that call that I said before. You can't have sustainability without resiliency and reliability. So the value of microgrids is just as I said, because it's localized and distributed. And in fact, utilities are working on it. I worked on one with Duke Energy in North Carolina, the Hot Springs microgrid near Asheville. So there are many utilities and companies that are now involved in doing microgrids because it makes sense and it's more and more economically viable. Here's a case in point. A friend of mine, Byron Washam from University of San Diego, is a director of the largest microgrid in the United States that serves 45,000 people, 450 buildings. 85% of electricity is used on campus, and it consists of a 13 megawatt natural gas turbine, 3 megawatt solar PV, et cetera, and 2.5 megawatt advanced energy storage system, as well as 125 electric vehicle chargers. So I gave him a call a few days ago, and I said, so Byron, how's it going? He said, fantastic, we're expanding it. It is now cheaper to create our own energy than to take it from the utility. In fact, we even help the utility by feeding back some of that energy, especially in times of crises. We need resiliency, we need reliability, but we also need sustainability. There's natural gas cogeneration on site, solar resources, everything combined together. A building that I worked on the Georgia Tech campus a few years ago is called the Living Building, and it is 34,000 square foot, and I was very happy to look at from the load side when I went back to school and also my background is electrical engineering, but I also went back to do a degree in architecture, and particularly in high performance buildings, because I really wanted to understand, how do you use that energy? It's great that we engineers love to create energy, but you need to complete that circle and understand its usage. This building is a living testament in Atlanta, Georgia. 340 kilowatt PV system that produces more than 40% of its energy. Not everybody would agree, necessarily from an aesthetics perspective, that having a canopy on the top of the building is the most pleasing. I happen to like it, but it does work effectively, and it also has a green garden on top as well, on the roof itself, and provides shade to the building too. So this building truly combines all of this together, from energy storage, photovoltaics, a chill plant as well, which is fed by on campus. So if we were to do an energy feasibility study, what would it look like? And it would look like this. To understand what the needs are, to understand where you are right now, take stock, understand the building stock right now, look at the operational challenges, look at what is going well for you. Don't just come in and propose all these solutions, but understand what is actually going very well for you right now. Identify the opportunities. What are the business models that really work right here? do a sensitivity, environmental impact and risk analysis, sensitivity analysis, and look at the roadmap going forward. So in summary, I'd like to summarize to say that there are 6 things that will get us to a sustainable, resilient, and reliable future. And that is, look at natural gas as a vital baseload to achieve what we want to achieve. It's reliable, it's dispatchable, it's controllable. Look at energy efficiency strategies, right equipment, right sizing, right timing. Integrate controls and intelligence. Look at cost-effective solar PV systems. You've seen some of the ROI. Look at the opportunities for energy storage. And finally, learn from what people have been doing in terms of microgrids and integration. Thank you very much. I will take
All right, Mr. Root, thank you. Really good presentation. Going to open it up to council. Questions? Vice Mayor?
No, great presentation. I would expect nothing less from a Georgia Tech grad. Being one myself, although I was a management guy, organic chemistry would have kicked my rear. So,
All right.
but no, great presentation. I think I really appreciate that. Let me get your impression of our green print. Is it kind of a model that many other communities could get behind, or is there something out there that we need to be doing that our green print doesn't address?
I saw both versions of Greenprint, the 2011 when it first came out, the original one, and as well as the draft of the updated one. And what I particularly like is that you are stressing education and awareness, right? So much like when people say, well, how efficient is my car? You know, what MPG will I get? How efficient is my building? And really, it's the person behind the wheel that partly can influences that a lot, behavioral changes. So by stressing education and awareness, which I think you guys are doing a fabulous job of doing so, and thanks for the opportunity today, I think you're almost halfway there in some sense. And then you're looking at efficiency measures, you're looking at water conservation opportunities as well. So I think from what I could see right now, it's quite coherent. And I'll be spending time with Sheridan today to go through it in a little bit more detail. So yes, and I see other cities, whether it's City of Atlanta, City of Charlotte, and others, they have similar measures too. Yeah, so I think it's a great document from what I can see.
Well, talking about solar, I know the first generation, early generations of solar panels, those panels are very difficult to recycle or almost unrecyclable. How much progress are we making or is being made in the production of the newer panels as far as recyclable? And because I know the early ones were almost like you're addressing one issue, but you're creating another one with their inability to be recycled. Where are we headed on that?
That's a great question, and a lot has changed. A decade is a long, they say, you know, a week is a long time in politics. Well, 10 years is a long time in energy. A year is a long, actually, as we witnessed in Texas, a week is a long time in energy too. But a lot has changed indeed. In fact, if I may bring up some of my reference slides on this right here, just to give you a visual as to what's going on in terms of the environmental impact. I'd like to address that both from an environmental impact, but also in terms both the full life cycle, from the start to the finish. And because solar has really taken its stride in the last 20 years, I would say there's been a lot more visibility about what's called life cycle analysis, full cycle, right? It's great that it creates energy, but what does it do for the environment? So there are really two questions that could be asked. Does the clean energy generated from the solar panels modules negate or offset the negative impacts during the mining and manufacturing process? Let's be honest, it quite often solar modules are produced using fossil fuels. Okay? Without fossil fuels, we wouldn't have any solar. It's plain and simple. Okay? But although they are now, like the Gigafactory in Nevada, Tesla, they want to run the whole facility on solar by putting modules on their rooftop. So the second question is, how does solar power's emission intensity compare to traditional electricity fuel sources such as coal? And then finally, the third question is the one that you asked. What do we do about all of this at end of cycle? Can they be recycled? So the short answer is yes. It's yes, yes, yes to all of this in the sense that we've come a long way. So what do solar modules consist of? Essentially aluminum, silicon, glass, and silver or copper. So those 4 or 5 materials, if you will. We know how to manufacture them very well today, right? And we've gotten really efficient at doing so. We also know how to recycle them. In fact, on a battery space, lead-acid batteries are 97% recycled in the United States. We are getting there, nowhere quite close to that with solar modules, but we are getting there now as well. So in fact, there are PV recycling processes. So there are plants for solar, and others within the US and around the world are setting up plants. Companies realize that at the end of 20, 25 years, you've got to do something about this. Okay? Now, the thing is, after 25 years, the solar modules are still producing 80% of their power. So they could be repurposed. Remember, we went from the 3 R's, reuse, reduce, and recycle, but repurpose. Rethink and repurpose. So we are looking to deploy those solar modules in developing nations and other places too. But if you truly want to recycle them, here's the process for doing so, outlined right there on the screen. And here's a factory in the United States, one factory of many. This website called recyclepv.solar talks just about that. Are we where we need to be? No, we are not where we need to be. Okay? But we are getting there. Just like we did with lead-acid batteries, which have been around for more than 100 years, we're getting there now with solar. And silicon, glass, aluminum, copper, silver, they're all valuable resources and can be recycled. In terms of the energy payback, you use fossil fuels to create these solar modules. Well, it takes around, here it is, energy return, cumulative net clean energy payoff, that's what it's called. Back around in 2004, the estimate was around 4 or 5 years. That has come down to 2 to 3, perhaps even less, 1 to 2 years. The energy you put in to create those solar modules, by operating those solar modules, and this particular chart, of course, is based on where you operate. This one was European-centric, but similar in the United States. That is, as you operate those solar modules in the southern US, it takes around 1 to 2, maybe even 3 years to pay back that energy, which are still operating up to 80% after 25 years. Okay? So that's a good thing for that. Carbon emission intensity of solar modules. And this shows a relative carbon emission intensity right there. That is going down considerably as well because the efficiency of those modules in the last 10 years has almost doubled. We're at 20% plus. Now you'll say, well, 20% efficient? Well, that's a pretty low number. Well, you were just telling me the electric car can be 70 to 80% efficient. But the thing is, remember, the fuel is free. So the efficiency matters and it doesn't matter per se. What matters much more is the capacity factor. You can't dispatch solar. So yes, coal produces 20 to 25 times more carbon dioxide, CO2, than solar energy in terms to produce the same amount of energy when you factor in all the manufacturing. So these are the numbers. And the references, by the way, in the slide deck, all the references, a lot of the information is from the Energy Information Administration, EIA, of the US. And you'll see all the references so you can see whether they're biased or not, and if they're impartial. I tried to go to impartial sources, plus based on my own experience. So yes, the short answer, we're doing stuff about it, and we're getting there, and we have plans that are coming. But it is an issue that needs to be addressed. And so for that matter, energy storage, lithium batteries, the same thing applies for lithium batteries as well. So, and we are looking into recycling and repurposing lithium batteries. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Councilmember Beckman?
Thank you so much for being here. I just love this topic. I hear about it every single day. I'm married to a man who, this is what he lives and breathes. But I had a couple of questions about the slides, and one was about that 24% with solar, because I'm thinking, is our number in Florida a little higher? It's the capacity factor one, 24.9% solar. And, you said, it's because we're beholden to Mother Nature and all that. So I guess if we're beholden to Mother Nature, it would never be more than like 50% because the sun's only out half the time, right? I mean, so might it be a little higher in Florida, or is that just like an average, or what?
That's an average U.S.-wise, I should say. It is somewhat higher, but I do not see that number ever being higher than even like 34% or so.
Okay.
In the U.S. While you may have sometimes 12-hour sunlight days, that 12 hours is not evenly distributed in terms of sunlight. You have a certain window. So you'll still have, it will never compete with natural gas in terms of capacity factor,
Okay.
where you have 56% and plus. But you can change that. By putting in energy storage, you can almost have any capacity factor you want. So, and typically 4-hour, 2-hour, 4-hour, and 8-hour, what they call energy storage systems are what utilities are putting in now to get us to that.
And along with that storage, I was thinking about the duck
Curve.
curve. And so I have solar on my roof. I power my car and my home exclusively with that solar, the 16 panels. But I need Duke Energy in the middle of the night, right? Because I don't plug in my car battery, even though it is storage. And during a hurricane, I have run a cord out to the car to power the refrigerator, so, when we lost energy. But with that duck curve, and when the demand increases, when people get home from work, that's where we, like you were saying, we can have battery storage. Our vehicles will eventually be our big battery storage, right? 20 years from now, everybody's got battery storage in their EVs. But also, and I didn't know if you had this somewhere in a slide that had a little bit more on your reference, but we can also incentivize people to use, with smart thermostats, with smart appliances, to turn on the dishwasher or the washing machine on those low duct areas, right, before. And so the consumption isn't always when we get home from work and are using everything, right? So we can do some of that.
Sure.
And then I had the other thing I think, to sum it up, is that it's super complex, and having natural gas as a base, so it's consistent and reliable, is great. And we can have solar to embellish that and help offset our carbon emissions. But as time goes on, the dependency on that natural gas, right, should decline a little bit as we improve technology and our use of solar and other renewables.
That's right.
Right? And so because of that, and the energy efficiency, so we spend over $7 million a year on electricity in the city. And your graph with that red about energy efficiencies, which for me, personally, it's been things like LED lights, I hang out my laundry, you have a programmable thermostat and all that behavior that doesn't really cost much to change. That's where I think our city has a big opportunity to save money. And I'm wondering if it would be wise to consider hiring like a energy manager for the city. St. Pete has one and our county has one, as far as managing all the complexity of, some of your later slides and decision making.
That's a good point. I'm a little bit cautious to directly answer that. It's something the council has to answer directly. I think there's a great merit in doing so. I think you've taken a tremendous step with Greenprint in understanding the landscape and what you're doing right now. And as you saw, there are many opportunities how do you integrate them together? What are the opportunities for solar? Doing a feasibility study, which we are very excited to be working to have that opportunity to do so as well. So yes, I think, but that's something that should be discussed amongst the council members. I think there's a great opportunity there to do so. Yes.
Because I think with Greenprint, and as we look at it in the next couple of months, and I would advocate for some pretty aggressive carbon reduction goals, that's where an energy manager would not only help us save money, right, but also reach those goals the way we want to approach them.
What has been the feeling amongst the council so far in going towards that possibility, if you're at liberty to discuss?
I'm not, I mean,
Okay, got it.
Bill, what?
Well, no, this is the proper place to discuss it. I don't know if it's the proper time.
Got it. Yes.
But yeah, would that be something we could look into? What would it mean to hire a city manager? I mean, not a city, I know, an energy manager in the city to coordinate some of those kinds of things?
The note that I made to myself is that that's an appropriate topic for your strategic planning discussion.
Okay,
that you have.
okay. And do you see our over $7 million electric bill as a means to do the energy efficiencies and really bring that down?
Yes, I think you've already done a fair amount or some amount already in terms of LED lighting. It's the street lights, more and more LEDs, and so on. In terms of demand charge DSM, demand regulation, all of that stuff. So yes, I think there are. I don't want to commit to a number whether you can get that down to an additional 20-25%, but it is, you've identified the low-hanging fruit already. Now you need to look at what are the HVACs, heating and cooling systems. That's another huge opportunity throughout the city, while still maintaining comfort, because nobody's going to do this if they're not comfortable inside the place. So looking at mechanical systems, looking at systems that have newer and more efficient fans, that's called right timing. You need to do so when you're nearing end of cycle or nearing the cycle of an HVAC system. You're looking to upgrade. That's a great opportunity to come in and say, well, look at this other appliance. Can we downsize even in some cases? So yes.
But sometimes it seems like it would be better economically to make that decision before the end of life. If you can really save money by changing out these light bulbs and not waiting for them to go out and changing an LED, it makes more sense financially to change them now, waiting, and as opposed to waiting for them to burn out. Some things are like that.
If you do a cost-benefit analysis, what's the cost to change something out before it's even less than 50% of its lifespan compared to operations costs? One of the things we're seeing with newer equipment is that the operations and maintenance costs, the maintenance cost is less too. Things are just lasting longer. LED lifespans could be upwards of 50,000 to 100,000 hours potentially as well. So yes, I don't want to do a blanket statement. One of our favorite answers as engineers or architects is it depends. It depends. I'd want to do a cost-benefit analysis. A blanket statement would be yes. A more honest statement would be it depends, and let's look at what's going on in that building.
And I would think that's where an energy manager who has expertise would really help us make the best decisions.
I would hope so. Yes, I would hope so. Something you pointed out, and this is perhaps a little bit of an intellectual curiosity, not that I'm ever subject to that apparently, but in terms of transition of fuels, we went from solid fuels to liquid fuels to gas fuels. So if you look at, here's a reference slide right here for renewable energy, or rather energy in general. In Nevada, I found this one in particular. So over 10 years ago, you could see there was or 15 years ago, a transition from coal as a solid fuel, to now even to in between perhaps as a liquid fuel, but specifically a gas, right, natural gas. So what we've been seeing over time, that they've been from wood and coal to oil, petrol, to now gas. And then the next revolution would be, well, can we move on from even gas fuels, or, and we are seeing that transition. So we can see in a short period of time, an entire state transitioned over. So what's going to happen with natural gas is that the more cost-effective microgrid systems become, energy systems become, the more reliable and dispatchable that they are, there's an opportunity to combine together with natural gas systems, and you will see that natural gas curve go down over time. Yeah.
Anything else?
I think I'm good right now, thanks.
Councilmember Bunker?
Terrific presentation. Thanks so much. The one thing that I wanted to talk about, Councilmember Beckman just brought up the energy manager. It seems to make a lot of sense to me, at least. It seems like the position would pay for itself. It'd be good to have somebody just tackling that on a daily basis. The other thing that that I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a day we're not taking action is a day wasted. Shouldn't we be doing something to make the change now?
I think you've kind of already answered that question. Yes, I think. But let me be clear. Yes, a day when you're not taking action is a day wasted. But a day in which you're taking action that's not based on awareness and true understanding is also a day wasted. You want to make sure that when you do take action, at some point you really understand what's going on, which you are doing with Greenprint and the like. So action in itself is fantastic and required, but it must be based on true understanding and awareness of what's going on. So yes.
Yeah. So implementing those studies that we're doing and hopefully getting an energy manager and all these steps, I would consider taking action. And I'd like us to get on that as soon as we can. Understanding we're already doing quite a bit.
That's a very good statement, going back all the way to 2011. So I don't want anyone to misconstrue that. Anything else?
No.
Okay. I'm not done.
Okay.
I always get to go last for the most part. So first of all, thank you for all of this. Very educational. The supporting slides that you used, those did not come through on our presentation.
Oh.
At least I could not open them.
Okay.
Get those last minute and they will be sent to you all immediately after.
Okay, and there's also some slides that you had in your presentation that were not in ours. So I'd like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, if we could go back to slide 16. At least my slide 16.
Which would be
The solar construction costs, a comparison.
right. The ROI.
No, keep going.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I think
That's all right.
No, down further up.
There you go.
Okay.
So let me ask you on this. We've had a lot of discussions about whether we put solar panels on individual buildings, some as small as 100 square feet, by the way, versus participating with our utility, Duke, that is doing large-scale solar that we could invest in. If you were up here making decisions for the city, would you do solar on individual buildings? Would you support Duke Energy's initiative? Or would you find a localized area within the city of Clearwater where we could do a large array?
I think you can guess my answer. Not just it depends.
I don't want to guess.
No, but the point is all of them. I would do all of them. I would look at we have the means of doing an economic analysis on real numbers on buildings. I would look at specific rooftops that have good surface area without much shading, etc. And I would do an analysis on them, which can be done relatively quickly. I think rather than making a blanket statement to say let's do all the buildings or do none of the buildings, is let's look at them clustered group by group. We identify perhaps the key 5 or 10 buildings throughout, the opportunities, particularly parking lots maybe, flat roof systems, etc. And let's do an analysis. We can do that relatively quickly. What will it cost to put that in? What's the electrical system like? Look at all of that. And then do a life cycle, or rather a payback analysis. If it's under 10 years, is that good? Will that work? If it's over 25 years, maybe that won't work. So I would do select rooftop buildings. I would look at parking lot opportunities. I would look at clear ground opportunities as well. And I would talk and work with Duke Energy Florida too. So yes, to all of that.
Would there be a minimal critical mass, square footage? I don't understand why you wouldn't do the most efficient application.
Right.
Mathematically,
Of
I've
course.
got an MBA. I don't know why you wouldn't follow the most efficient manner to, install anything. So help me with that, because it doesn't make logical sense to me.
I completely agree with you. And the most efficient manners, okay, we're not comparing apples to apples. When you put a rooftop on a building, you are directly offsetting potentially more expensive energy that's used right then and there. When you're putting it on a solar park or a ground mount, your avoided cost there could go down as such. So the closer you are to your load, the more opportunities there are in terms of ROI, in terms of payback. So there's less transmission losses, you're creating the energy and using it right then and there. So it's not just a matter of looking at saying, okay, this is what, even though it costs more on a rooftop, your payback actually may be less and in some sense more efficient. So these apples and oranges and mangoes are not all the same. So we need to identify the most efficient from a category of rooftop, the most efficient from a category of parking lots, and the most efficient from category of ground mounts or connection directly with Duke Energy. So I would separate them rather than lump them together and look at the most efficient within each of those categories.
So if we decided that we want to produce a megawatt, and I'm just pulling a number, of solar electricity within the city,
Right.
you still believe you would put it in different places rather than if we could produce it in one single place
Yes.
and put it back into the grid?
Or consume it locally.
Mm-hmm.
Consume it. Whatever you can consume locally has a greater payback period, or let me rephrase that, has a greater opportunity in terms of return on investment, because you're offsetting more expensive electricity.
So I'm assuming because you're on staff with McKim and Creed, you do this.
We do this, in fact.
Okay.
We have the ability, as you've seen right here, in terms of looking at different, where was it right here? Here we go. In looking at, what you really want to do is look at your internal rate of return, your net present value, you look at your payback period, and look at your levelized cost of electricity. So yes.
So how could we get a payback period from a reputable architect that said that our police substation in Countryside was going to have a 24-year payback
When was this done?
6 weeks ago?
I can help with that one. So Sol hasn't been sent that information. That project is a little...
Come up to the microphone, Sharon,
That
please.
project is a little more unique, and so I can send you, if you're curious to see it. That project is a little more unique with the standards that the building is being built to at Cat 5. So a lot of that cost is the infrastructure to support the panels and making
Right.
sure that they're not on the building, because we wanted to avoid roof penetrations.
Right.
So they're actually making their own Cat 5
Oh.
canopy over the parking garage. So that's probably what we assume increases the price quite a bit, and it makes it a little more of an oddball project.
Sure, I would love to have a look at that.
Yeah.
Though. So a canopy similar to like what you saw on the living building, which I showed, that is not attached to the building, but actually above it.
It's actually over the parking lot, not the building
the
itself,
parking lot,
and
okay.
the structure would be built to Category 5 standards.
Okay.
Because the police department was concerned reasonably that they don't want a structure that's not built to Category 5 standards, because if the building is standing, great, but if none of the vehicles can get out because the structure has collapsed, that's not going to help them out.
Got it.
So that's why that project is a little more unique compared to some of the other projects that Seoul is seeing.
Sure, sure. But I will look into that. Thank you, Councillor Hibbert, for bringing that up.
I'm the mayor.
Sorry.
What happens if there are too many microgrids to the overall utility? If we started producing, for instance, Morton Plant has their own generation plant. What if there are too many microgrids so that it undermines the system of the utilities? I'm just curious over time.
Sure.
And then in an emergency, when everyone needs that overarching grid, what happens?
It's actually quite the opposite. During Hurricane Sandy in New Jersey, Northeast, some time ago, it were the microgrids that actually supported the local grid when the grid went down. So there's no such thing as too many microgrids. What you need is intelligence, the ability to control and regulate those microgrids. And utilities are often involved in large microgrids to ensuring that to be the case as well. So I would actually argue it's the opposite, because it is another resource that the utility has to be able to dispatch power where it's needed in terms of the fire stations, in terms of the local infrastructure itself, where it's being consumed. So University of San Diego worked in conjunction, I think it was San Diego Electric, to create a large microgrid that's just ever expanding, that actually was a benefit to the utility and is expanding even further right now. So I wouldn't say you can have too many. I think what you want to ensure that each of those microgrids is done compliant to standards, compliant to what the utility dictates as well, to make sure that it can be fed into the utility properly and dispatched when the utility needs so in the case of emergency, to provide resiliency to the city. So it doesn't actually undermine, it works in conjunction, in harmony with the utility. So, but I think you had something else in mind.
I'll check that with somebody else.
Sure,
I
sure.
just think it's interesting if 95% of the time the microgrids are utilizing their own energy. If there's an emergency, you're talking about reducing load significantly. At some point, there's got to be a decision by a utility that they're not going to continue to invest because the microgrids are basically eating at their market share.
So to be clear, a microgrid is not about entirely using self-energy. It's really about it's shifting the patterns of energy. The utility wants you to use energy more so at night, less so during the day. So it's actually using the energy that the utility has, because large power plants, gas turbines and so on, cannot be shut down readily, nor should they be. They become much less efficient. So the utility is trying to create a steady load, a steady generation profile. Unfortunately, the reality is profiles are varying. So it's evening out the extremities of that. So with time of use programs and other things, we're actually not necessarily saying you'll be using less energy from the utility, but you'll be shifting that energy. And that makes the utility happy. The best curve a utility can see is a straight line, right? And that's what a microgrid can help. So you're still consuming energy from the utility, but for example, you may be charging up your batteries at night, rather than everybody coming in at around 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., or so on, 6 p.m., and creating a surge of demand for the utility, which causes havoc for the utility. So it is Actually, you may not even have any renewables on your microgrid. Let that sink in. You can create a microgrid without any renewables at all. But what you do have is a dispatchable control mechanism and energy storage, let's say. And I'm trying to bring that up right here. There we go. In order to even out this curve to get a straight line. So here's in a case where you don't have any renewables, let's say. So you store that energy at night. You're still consuming from the energy from the utility, but at a cheaper cost. And you dispatch it during the day in a controlled fashion. That is the key merit. So microgrid is not necessarily about self-consumption with renewables all the time, but it is about evening out the playing field.
Have you built any arrays that are Cat 5?
No.
Is it possible?
I'd have to look into that.
Street?
Yeah, let me address that. We're working on a project with Hillsborough County right now that is Cat 5 rated.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Are the costs?
It's a ground mounted unit.
Okay.
System. Yeah.
Are the costs of that significant? The delta?
It increases the structural cost for sure. Yeah, it's a cost implication that you'd have to factor into the rate of return.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a cost implication. And again, depends on what other things you're doing with buildings and how you're protecting facilities. But I think as Sheridan indicated, I think anything we'd want to look at in this arena would be, you would need to factor in a hurricane rating for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Councilmember Beckman.
So if we're talking about, not to drag this out forever, but if we're talking about solar arrays, I'm not thinking that Pinellas County, the most densely populated with the price of housing and land sky high, we're not necessarily looking at big fields of arrays here in this county. We're looking at them to advocate for Duke or at the state level for other parts of the state, right? For our city, it's really to put it on the most advantageous buildings, locations first, right? And transition that way. Okay. And so just so we're clear, when I have that solar on my roof and I'm using it in my townhome and plugging in my car, I have the maximum efficiency because that electricity is not going anywhere else. The only place the electricity I generate goes is back to Duke when I don't use it all at once during the day. Well, actually, I think I was told it goes to my neighbors close by me, so it doesn't get shipped somewhere far away and then back to the neighbors.
It goes through the meter, so from the utility perspective, you are just feeding back the surplus in the utility, and those specific electrons may probably end up going to your neighbor, yes. Yeah, but it's left your premises.
And then the other thing is when we talk about payback, especially with a Category 5 police station or something, I think people need to understand that residents, businesses, and governments pay different prices per kilowatt of energy, and so the payback's a little different, right?
Correct, kilowatt hour, yeah, exactly. And also there are different rate structures in terms of energy is not charged at the same time, depending on when it's being used. You could have a time of use structure, not always. Sometimes a client may feel they'll just be on a standard tariff, a general tariff, let's say, what they call. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Rohn. Appreciate you coming out this morning.
Thank you. That's great.
All right.
Item 4.1. Adopt a tentative millage rate of 5.9.
Mayor, I was going to read it.
Okay. I thought you were leaving me or something.
Oh, I wouldn't dare do that.
Okay.
While she's getting this presentation loaded, are you all interested in having another conversation about what you just heard?
I am.
Well, certainly, I don't know if we ought to combine it just into the overall green print conversation. when we have the formal presentation of Green Print, which is coming up. Seems like we ought to just incorporate that into the conversation. I agree with you on the strategic planning, but if we're going to have an energy manager or discuss that, I know building and maintenance has been dealing with a lot of that over the years, correct? Finding efficiencies. We also hired Honeywell back in the day. I don't know where the best place to plug it in, no pun intended, is appropriate. It seems like Green Print is the appropriate place, to me, so that we're looking at the whole city holistically.
Okay. All right.
But what are your thoughts?
I think that's a good place to start. I mean, and then we can kind of decide what our approach is going to be, what we'd like to do as we move into our strategic plan and develop those kinds of goals.
All right.
We'll let everyone think about it. They can tell you in one-on-ones.
Right, and I was going to suggest that if you have some thoughts, share it with me this week, when we meet.
All right,
Item
4.1.
4.1, adopt a tentative millage rate of 5.9550 mils for fiscal year 2021-22. Set public hearing dates on the budget for September 16, 2021, and September 30th, 2021, to be held no earlier than 5 p.m. and schedule a special work session on August 3rd, 2021 at 3 p.m. to fully discuss the proposed budget. Mayor and Council, Kayleen Castle and I will present this item. I will make some introductory comments, which should be shown on the slide. Is that?
It is.
Oh, it is? Okay, all right. I can't see it.
It's at least on the middle screen.
All right. So to begin, I think we all would agree that in the early part of the pandemic, we weren't real sure, how we were going to end the current fiscal year at that time, because we were trying to determine how that was going to affect our revenues. But as it turned out, we could get through the year. I think we kind of pared back on some of our spending, so we maintain our goal of a balanced budget as we ended the fiscal year. We focused our attention then on the future, not real sure what was going to happen in this current fiscal year, and we did our best to present you with a budget for this fiscal year that we thought we could sustain. As it turned out, our actual revenues were not impacted as much as we thought. I think you've heard comments made. I think the mayor made comments previously comparing the Great Recession financially to the pandemic, and it basically we ended up doing much better than we, I think, thought, and so this fiscal year has been very comfortable, and so now our focus has shifted to our next fiscal year. So what this budget for 2021-22 represents is the following. It's a balanced budget. It is the same millage rate as planned in general fund forecast. We've been using the general fund forecast now for several years. We believe in it. It has sustained our analysis, and I certainly would recommend that we continue to use it. And it helps us as opposed to just a sense of feel, a sense of history. It really makes it a little bit more scientific tool for us to assess and share with you what we think our financial needs are going to be in the future. We did see some restored revenues, our property value growth. I think all of you are aware of that. And those revenue sources that we thought were going to be impacted by the pandemic, they've really kind of returned to normal almost. And the property value growth, well, you've seen the appraisers' data. 7 new FTEs in the general fund. Now, these are FTEs that you all discussed and consistent with the policy, the council policy. And I encourage you to, if you have some time, go back and look at the council policies. But when it comes to FTE growth, the council has said we must ask you for permission to do that. So it is not a natural thing for certainly me as the manager and the staff to naturally think of adding more employees. That comes after you all have done some careful, deliberative thinking, and that's why it's appropriate to have that conversation during strategic planning discussions, or you can have that conversation as late as August, which I'll talk about, which Colleen will talk about later, in a budget meeting that we always offer you the opportunity to have. Wage increases, we certainly have adjusted, our minimums as a result of our pay plan. Also, we are marching toward that $15 per hour, minimum wage. And you all are familiar with where we're headed there. We have contract negotiations. We have a contingency number in the budget, but whatever you all agree as a new contract terms, then we'll have to adjust accordingly to support whatever those contract terms are. Our focus historically, at least during the time I've been here, and really not just since I've been here, but it's really kind of in our DNA to focus on maintaining current facilities and services. That's becoming more challenging because our facilities are getting older. When I think about where we were in 2000, we were on the verge of building new libraries, rec centers, those kinds of facilities. Some 20 years later, or slightly less, we're going to have to make sure that those same facilities, including the one we're in right now, stays fresh, stays well maintained, and that's going to require more money from the general fund in order to do that. We're certainly looking for a new city manager. That's part of the future, and I'm really excited about your strategic planning effort, because I think that's going to serve you very well, since I think we have very good revenues. So as you look to the future, naturally there's a tendency to want to spend that money. But I think if you put it in the context of what your strategic priorities are, I think it will guard against, making any kind of mistakes. You're going to have a new council in 2022. So in my opinion, it would be very helpful for a new council member to come on board, study, and reflect on, kind of the framework that's been established, before you start running off, saying, making recommendations. Imagine Clearwater construction, that is your number one priority, so my recommendation is certainly stay focused on that. This budget, I think, reflects, where those priorities are. There is a budget meeting that Kayleen will talk about that's scheduled for August 3rd. I would encourage you to use that meeting to talk about budget-specific topics. Today is about the millage rate, and we're looking forward to having that conversation. The meeting doesn't have to go as long as it's scheduled, but at least it gives you an opportunity to advise us as to whether you want us to make any tweaks in some of those budget items. All right, I'll turn it over to Kayleen.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Kayleen Castle, Budget Officer. Here we go.
It's a Monday, don't worry about it.
All right. The 2021-22 proposed budget for all city operating funds, the special revenue funds, and the capital improvement fund is $615,028,695. This reflects a 6% increase from the 2020-21 amended total city budget. This slide is a breakdown of that $615 million total by fund type. The general fund for fiscal year 22 reflects a 7% increase from the current year's amended budget. And as Bill discussed, the fiscal year 21 budget was planned to be very conservative, giving us the ability to respond to COVID impacts, both known and unknown at the time of preparation. This year's budget includes the increases estimated for minimum wage adjustments, contingency funding for new union agreements, a full year of Crest Lake Park operations, and increased funding for major capital projects. The utility funds total, which includes the budget for water and sewer, stormwater, Gas and solid waste and recycling operations reflects an 11% increase from the current year. This increase is primarily due to increased funding for capital projects in all of those funds and a one-time increase in stormwater for a scheduled payoff of a bond. The enterprise funds total, which includes the budget for operations of the beach marina, the air park, Clearwater Harbor Marina, and parking, is budgeted at an 8% increase over the amended fiscal year 21 budget. And this increase is driven by the increased personnel costs and also increased capital funding in the beach marina fund. The internal service funds includes the budget for information technology, utility customer service, building and maintenance, fleet and radio communications, and the central insurance fund, which supports the operations of risk management and employee benefit programs, and all the employee health and clinic, and the budget for all city insurances. The budget for internal service funds reflects a 10% increase from the current year amended budget, and this increase is primarily in the central insurance fund due to a change in how we're budgeting some of the insurances. Special revenue funds include the Special Development Fund, which accounts for restricted revenue sources that are allocated to capital projects. The Special Program Fund, which is used to account for both revenues and expenditures related to grants and special activities, and other housing assistance funds. The special revenue funds reflect a 24% decrease in comparison to the current year's amended budget, and this is primarily due to decreased penny funding in capital projects for the upcoming year. And the Capital Improvement Fund reflects a 1% increase from the current year's amended budget. This chart represents the change in property values over the last 11 years. Our 2021 certified values received from the Pinellas County Property Appraiser reflect an increase in property values of approximately 5% from $12.7 billion in 2020 to $13.3 billion. The proposed millage rate of 5.955 mils is recommended for fiscal year 22. This is the same rate as levied in the current year. Due to value growth, this proposed rate is 7.56% greater than the rollback rate or the revenue neutral rate. The rollback rate is the millage rate that would provide the city the same property tax revenues as was received in the prior year. Using the proposed millage rate, property tax revenues are projected to be $76.2 million in fiscal year 22. This represents an increase of approximately $4.3 million or 6% over the fiscal year 21 budget. Of that $76.2 million projected, approximately $72.6 million will support general fund operations, and $3.6 million represents the road millage used for maintenance of city streets. Revenues that support general fund operations reflect a net increase of 7% in comparison to the current year. As discussed on the previous slide, ad valorem revenues are budgeted at approximately $72.6 million, which is a 6% increase from the current budget. This revenue source accounts for approximately 44% of total general fund revenues. Both utility taxes and intergovernmental revenues were budgeted very conservatively in the current year. The increases in these categories of 13% and 29% respectively represent a return to normal using current year trends to estimate for fiscal year 22. The other revenue category includes permit fees, fines, and various small miscellaneous revenues. This 10% increase in comparison to the current year is primarily due to restoring the revenues for building permits and beach rentals. General fund expenditures reflect a 7% increase across all operations in comparison to the current year. The budget for Parks and Recreation is increased by 19%. This proposed budget includes the addition of 2 FTEs, a large increase for the minimum wage adjustments, and increases in capital funding of approximately $4.3 million to address large capital projects at parks facilities. The 9% increase in planning and development is primarily due to the addition of 4 new FTEs and associated equipment and vehicles for that staff. The budget for non-departmental includes the cost for minor general expenses, property and liability insurance, the transfer to the CRA for the city's share of ad valorem taxes, and transfers to the capital fund for ongoing maintenance projects at general government facilities. For fiscal year 22, this 10% increase includes $1.1 million 1.9 million budgeted as a contingency for any additional adjustments needed to the minimum wage plan, as well as to fund both FOP and IAFF contract renewals, which are currently in negotiations. This slide is a graphical representation of the general fund by expenditures by department. The budget for public safety is approximately 49% of the total general fund budget, with the police department representing 30% and fire representing 19% of that total. The budget for parks and recreation reflects 23% of the total general fund budget, and as a reminder, Parks and Rec also includes the citywide grounds and landscape maintenance, urban forestry, streets and sidewalk maintenance, and the operations of Pier 60 and the Sailing Center. The growth in parks and the non-departmental budgets result in some decreased percentage of totals in some of the other departments. This chart represents the total general fund by category. Personnel costs continue to be our largest expense at 63% of total, and this is down from 65% of total in the current year because of increases in other categories. Operating expenditures represent the next largest category at 15.5% of total budget. Internal service charges are 11% of total, and transfers represent 9.5% of total expenditures, and this is an increase from 7% in the current year. Debt and capital combined represent approximately 1% of the total general fund budget. A total of 1,847 full-time equivalent positions are proposed across all funds for fiscal year 22. This is an increase of 7 from the 2021 amended budget. The proposed budget includes the addition of 1 housing specialist in economic development and housing to address increased demands for programming and grant management. In Parks and Recreation, 2 park service technicians are added to the beach team to provide enhanced support for daily beach cleaning and trash pickup. And in Planning and Development, 1 documents and records specialist is being added to support the department with records maintenance, scanning and organizing documents, and also to help in response to a large increase in the quantity of records requests. And code compliance is being increased by 1 code compliance supervisor, 1 code compliance inspector, and 1 customer service representative to achieve a higher level of code enforcement oversight throughout the city. In this graph, the sand-colored portion represents the total of general fund FTEs, which are budgeted at 1,111.7 positions for fiscal year 22. In comparison, the green portion represents all other funds, which are budgeted at 735.3 FTEs. This slide represents the categorical breakdown of the capital improvement budget for fiscal year 22. Funding for projects for utilities, which include stormwater, water and sewer, gas, and solid waste and recycling, is proposed at $100.9 million. This continues to be our largest expense and is approximately 75% of the total capital funding. General government projects are estimated at $23.2 million, representing 17% of total capital funding. This includes projects for police, fire, streets, sidewalks, parks and recreation facilities, libraries, and maintenance of city buildings and facilities that operate general government functions. Projects in support of internal service operations are budgeted at $8.4 million, or 6% of total capital funding. These projects support fleet, radio communications, general services, information technology, and utility customer service. And the capital fund for small enterprise funds is proposed at $2.1 million. For fiscal year 22, this provides funding for capital repair and maintenance of the air park, both marinas, and parking facilities. As the city manager mentioned, we have scheduled a special work session as an opportunity for you to further discuss the proposed budget with all departments represented. This will be held on Tuesday, August 3rd at 3 p.m. If there are specific topics that you would like to discuss, please get with the city manager about that as soon as possible so we have time to prepare any documents. The action requested of you on Thursday is to set the tentative millage rate, which is proposed at 5.955 mils, and to set the 2 public hearing dates for September. This information is provided to the county for inclusion in trim notices, which are mailed to residents in August. And just to note, if you set the tentative millage rate at the proposed 5.955 mils, it can be reduced in September, but this rate cannot go higher without a mailing at our expense to all residents. Our first public hearing is planned as part of the council meeting on Thursday, September 16th, and the second hearing to adopt the budget will be at a special council meeting on Thursday, September 30th, beginning at 5 p.m. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for Ms. Castle? Councilmember Beckman.
I have a number of things I'm sure I'll follow up with Mr. Horn, but I had a question about the full-time equivalent positions. So I think on the first slide it said we're going to have 7 new ones, and then you went and said code compliant. Well, let's do this one. The Parks and Rec for beach cleanup, they're like 2.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be there full, because I thought we had some emails that we were going to assign some people down to the beach for the summer for cleanup, but this is going to be full-time equivalent that are dedicated towards the beach area?
Yes, for now. The plan is to monitor that. Like right now, it's an issue, and the plan for the future is to monitor that and see, how long it's needed. So we'll look at it kind of every year. We're also funding that with revenues from the parking fund to address in that enhancement really at the beach.
Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, the intent at the moment is to move and monitor it, but also move those 2 employees to Imagine Clearwater area, that part of the utility maintenance or parks maintenance when that project comes. So we're going to have to reassess it between then and now, but they will have a home, not necessarily on the beach forever. We're going to have some continued conversations about that.
That makes some sense. And then about code compliance. So can you articulate those 3 or 4 positions in code compliance?
In code compliance, so planning and development, 4 total new. 3 of them are in code compliance. Those positions are a code compliance supervisor, a code compliance inspector, and 1 customer service representative.
All right. I just remember when we had the code compliance officers here, part of their feedback to us was they just needed someone in the office to manage the phones and the calls and all that. And so I was thinking it'd be one additional hire for code compliance. I mean, that's kind of the impression they left me with. And then when I look at state law that says, calls now have to be, people have to identify reports, that our code compliance supervisor said like 50% of our calls come in anonymous. And so I'm wondering, do we really need 3 if we don't really know what the landscape is going to look like going forward with calls?
Well, it's also proactive versus passive.
All right. Good morning, Gina Clayton, Planning and Development. We talked about 3 positions at that meeting. 1 was a customer service representative to help unload some of the administrative work that is falling on the code enforcement officers. Another issue that we identified is that we no longer have a BTR inspector, and so now our inspectors are not only doing more of the property maintenance and use issues, but also BTR, so that we proposed an inspector dedicated to BTRs. And then we're really sort of understaffed with our supervisory staff, and so we also added a supervisor. So the budget reflects what we discussed in the direction that we received at that meeting where we talked about code enforcement.
Okay, thank you for refreshing. Do you have is there an anticipated gain of business tax receipts if we have someone dedicated to that?
We have not projected that. I think what it'll do is it'll free up our inspectors who are currently helping with that. Again, we do hope to generate some new and clean up some old that owe us money, but I don't have a specific projection.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I just want to point out, understand the roads and sidewalks, but I want people to understand that anyone that does not think we're not dedicated to parks and recreation at $37 million and the second largest department, I just think that bears pointing out. And then the second question I have is, where are we on all the stimulus money?
stimulus money.
Are we going to be able to legally use it all?
Jay Ravens, Finance Director. I think the simple short answer is I think we right at this point don't have any doubt that we will be able to spend it all legally. It's just a matter of where the priorities lie. We have done some brainstorming throughout the city. Department directors have provided me with some of their recommendations from their perspectives as to use of the money. We will be convening a committee at the city manager's direction of individuals, likely senior management, to review that list against the requirements. And potentially, we haven't talked about a consultant. That's always a possibility to bring in some third-party expertise, as that is an allowable use of the monies also. We haven't discussed that yet internally. But ultimately, we want to do a competent review of the ideas that have been suggested, the alternatives that are available, and then prioritize and come forward at the city manager's direction to the council with staff's list of priorities that we feel would best serve the community and the city.
And how arduous is that compliance process, our reporting?
The reporting itself, we don't know yet. They haven't given us all of the details. It doesn't look like it's going to be that difficult as far as the basic quarterly reporting compared to other grants. Grants are always, they raise the bar, or they tell you, you jump through this hoop and you jump through the hoop. But I think it's very manageable. At the same time, we will take a look at whether a third-party consultant might be needed to assist us with that as we go forward. I know other communities are already looking at that also.
So Treasury still has not given you all of the
They're still
parameters.
revising guidance as they go, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mayor, if you recall, the most recent guidance was that they allow us now to spend money on policing in the policing area.
Mm-hmm.
That was not a part of the initial set of guidance. Jay hasn't heard this, but at the city managers meeting on Monday, the county administrator made a presentation on ARPA. And one of the things that they're doing is that they're actually going to bring in a staff person to actually manage their response to the ARPA funds that they're going to receive. Of course, they have 10 times.
They're
more.
massive.
Yeah, massive. And so Jay was I thought used some good words on consultant. I think we have to look at, what is our capacity to really review this challenge and make sure that we're able to use all the money. And so that's one of the things that I wrote down as something for us to think about more seriously.
Councilmember Beckman.
But isn't it, I don't think that there's, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that there's a question that we're able to use the money, that we have ways we can spend 11.2 that's sitting in our account right now, and then another 11.2 next year, million, because the parameters are so broad. We can use it in a number of ways. So I don't think the question is, are we going to be able to use it, is it? I mean, we certainly have needs.
I would be very careful about making a blanket statement that we can use all the money. Remember, we are accountable for that money. And so I'm not going to put the staff's reputation on the line by making a public statement that's saying we are definitely sure we're going to spend all the money, unless I can come to you and tell you and show you that we have a plan to do it legally and appropriately. So there is no rush to go out and do this. Remember, we have to 2024 to spend all the money. So our approach is to be prudent, just like the county's approach. Bring in some additional resources so that they can make sure that they are in fact good stewards of that money. Mm-hmm. And Mayor, to your point, I think the feds have made it a little easier in
But that guidance has been dribbling out
Yes, it
from
is.
Treasury.
Yes, it is.
And, you know, the original intent was to offset shortfalls. That was the original one.
That's right, that was the
Okay,
original.
now I think it's morphing over
It
time.
is. It is.
I just want to make sure we're compliant.
Oh,
That's,
absolutely. We're gonna do that.
I can't take care of other cities, just ours. Any other questions for Ms. Castle? All right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Good morning. We will reconvene the Monday, July 12, 2021 work session. We are on item 5.1.
Approve the Advantage Pinellas Housing Compact between the municipalities within Pinellas County, the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners, and Forward Pinellas, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Mr. Lane.
Thank you. Chuck Lane, Economic Development and Housing Department. As you know, the availability of housing that is affordable to our workforce and lower-income residents has reached a concerning level as the cost of housing has increased sharply. In response to this situation, Pinellas County has assembled a countywide housing strategy tactical team to develop a countywide approach to addressing housing needs. This body of work is contained within the Advantage Pinellas Housing Compact, which you'll be asked to approve on Thursday. I participated on the tactical team, as well as Gina Clayton and Christine Fisher from our Planning and Development Department. Evan Johnson is the Planning Division Manager for Pinellas County and took the lead in these meetings and also in the development of the compact. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Johnson at this time to present the item to you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
All right. I'm Evan Johnson, Planning Division Manager from Pinellas County, and I will spend 5 minutes walking you through a presentation and here to answer any questions you might have. So starting about 2 years ago now, we began conversations at the county along with Forward Pinellas about creating a compact, basically a memorandum of understanding between the municipalities and the county and Forward Pinellas around housing, and particularly, as you can see here with our mission that we've identified, it's about creating a common coordinated approach between all of us. One of the challenges in Pinellas County is the fact that we do have 25 local governments, and we all have slightly different approaches to affordable housing or no approaches at all. So one of our big goals was to become a clearinghouse, to become focused and then coordinated across the different jurisdictions. So we've been working with essentially the five, I believe it is Pinellas County, Clearwater, Largo, Pinellas Park. Who else is in there?
St. Pete.
St. Pete. Oh, sorry, I forgot you, St. Pete. We've been working with them as the entitlement communities within the county. So we are the ones with the most advanced housing programs. And our goal really is to get those five partners signed on. I'm meeting in St. Pete later this week, in Largo and Pinellas Park later this month. And then it'll be our job to kind of hit the road, if you will, and do some sales to talk to our other communities to get them involved as well. So what are the big pieces of the compact? Well, there's four main sections that you have in the document in the agenda package. So first is the strategic focus areas, basically the big elements of focus that we want to take as a group looking forward. The creation of an action plan, so again, coordinated across all of us. Shared messaging and marketing, which I can talk a little bit about how that's starting to roll out. And then this development of a regulatory toolkit. So our focus areas are housing and employment. This is really the corridor planning focus, the investment corridors. I know that the MPO and Administrator Burton have been talking about for a couple of years ago, or a couple of years now, across the county. Health impacts of housing. We at the county, as well as Pinellas Park and St. Pete, have a HIAP program, Health in All Policies. And as part of that, we really want to make sure that we continue to build that into our discussions around housing. Social economic equity, I don't think I have to explain that one too much. Accessibility, so disability, special needs, we want to make sure that we're focusing on those as well. And then, of course, developing support from public and private sector partners. Action plan, the action plan, we still, and dare I say, I have a plan for the action plan. What we'll be doing, and I don't like the fact that Chuck made it sound like he was no longer on the tactical team because he's just getting started. But our goal is to bring those folks back together once this is approved starting in 22 and identifying shared targets around the county, as well as putting together essentially a database to really gauge where we are. There's a lot of different data sources out there. And what the county is committed to is working with all of our partners to really try to get as granular as we can so that we can start to track ourselves moving forward. Shared messaging, the county and Forward Pinellas have really been taking the lead on this. Currently, we're in transition to as is on the compact itself, calling this Advantage Pinellas Housing Compact and integrating it into the Advantage Pinellas website and web presence, which I don't know if you've noticed, but the Board of Pinellas has been developing a website specific to transit, transportation improvements, and now housing will be one of those. It's kind of a primary focus area. But as we do that, the county is in the process of building a new website, Homes for Pinellas, that will be kind of branded along with Advantage Pinellas. And so we'll be using the same logos and all of those things. Of course, also with all of our community partners having those logos and so forth. So we're in the process of that now. I'm very much hoping to have something done by the end of this fiscal to launch. And fingers crossed on that, but we're moving as quickly as we can. And the regulatory toolkit, this really varies. This varies across the entire county as far as how advanced different folks' regulations or policies are as they relate to housing. So one of the things that we think is important is to put together a toolkit that really looks at best practices around the county and around the state, preferably county and state. I mean, as you all know, a lot of the policy is developed at the state level. And so there is a great difference between state to state of what you can do. But we really wanted to come up with that guidebook. And I think it'll be particularly useful for those smaller communities who will be coming on board later. But I also think just in general, we're working hard at Pinellas County to develop our code and revise it. But at the same time, we know that we need those types of tools, that type of research, those good case studies out there. So as far as I've already mentioned kind of what our plan is, my goal is to get everybody on board and the Big Five, if you will, signed up by the end of this year, this calendar year, with the Board of County Commission being the last board to sign the agreement. And then much like we did with the Gateway Memorandum of Understanding, at that point, we're going to be launching a series of probably an ongoing working group, if you will, as well as performance measures and those types of things, so that come 22 in the action plan, you're going to have a web presence, you're going to have a lot of information easily accessible for both the private sector and any individuals out there who are interested in learning about affordable housing in the county. With that, I'll take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Johnson? Councilmember Beckman.
Thank you for your presentation. I should tell you, I don't know, I'm the representative for the Continuum of Care, so I have at minimum monthly meetings, and I'm part of the Funders Council and the executive. So I hear this topic about this, I hear about this topic all the time. So the compact looks wonderful. It's ambitious. I'm a little concerned about, and I know it's just kind of a philosophical signing on, but, I want some goals. I want some measurable goals and reporting out. I want a dashboard where we count how many vets did we put in housing, how many families do we have in hotels this year, and are we updating it each quarter so we can see that and track it? And I would hope that sometime soon, maybe even at the bottom of this thing, it's like, how much money do we need to make strides, any stride? Because this all sounds great, and it's part of, I think, the philosophy of our continuum of care of housing first, but there's no money to make things happen.
Well, to speak to the performance measures and the dashboard, like you mentioned, so that is, as we launch Homes for Pinellas, and we get into the development of an action plan, that's really our goal. As you know, part of it is going to be coordinating across all the jurisdictions to make sure the data is correct. So that's always a challenge. And the county and Forward Pinellas are really trying to take the lead on that part of it and be that kind of database. But yes, if we don't have something that's easily accessible so that your constituents, as well as you, can look at on a regular basis, quarterly, like you said, and see progress that's being made, or just seeing like, oh wow, we provided 150, 250 units, or this many came online, because you hear about projects oftentimes and then you don't hear about them again, right? They get approved and then you come back and everybody wants to know what happened, So we want to make sure that that story is getting told more holistically, just across the board. And so that'll be really, really important. The reason why we didn't want to put it in the compact specifically really came down to time and resources to get there, and just making a decision along the way that what we want is the framework adopted with this, and then we want to continue the work. And so that's why the compact's kind of identified as, we've all agreed, we're coming to an agreement to do this collaboration, but ultimately, we're going to have to do a little bit more digging to get, those specific targets identified.
Will you be using HMIS data? Is that where you're going to pull the data from for any kind of dashboard or reporting out?
Well, as somebody who is a planner and not in community development, I would say I don't know what HMIS data means.
Oh, okay. It's this health management, or it's the management system for all the homeless intakes and social service intakes.
I certainly will talk to our community development folks who I work with all the time, and make sure that we're, if it's a valid source and it's something that's accepted across absolutely, we'll be looking at doing it. We've tapped into, we've used the Schimberg data. We've been in touch with all the housing authorities. Of course, your census and everything else, which now will be changing in the coming months. But so we're pulling a lot of that kind of information, and frankly, University of Florida and the TBRPC and all of that are doing a lot of work in housing right now, and really, I'm hoping to see some really robust data come out of that. It's going to be primarily focused on resiliency, but its impacts to affordable housing. But part of what they're doing is looking at where are and how many naturally occurring affordable housing units do we have. So if you think about, you have subsidized units, and then you have those places in the county which just the market is more affordable, right? We don't have good data about how many of those units exist and where they are and how many we're losing. So some of that data is potentially going to be available, and that'll be really, really interesting to see. Because then it gives you an idea of, well, where are we losing the most of it, and where areas that we need to be looking at before we, let a whole area redevelop and we've lost a bunch of housing. So I know that's something that I'm really excited about learning more about.
Other questions? How is job training and job creation included in this process? Because I think that is another way to address affordable housing, is that people have more money in their pockets.
Right. Well, as far as the compact, we've referred to it generally as economic development in the whole investment corridor strategy. And that was really built around connecting with our education partners, ensuring that folks who need training can get there, and have housing nearby for easy access. It's absolutely, I always think of it as you've got to raise up the incomes through training and economic development, and you've also got to create the supply of housing. It's always this, you've got to do all of them. So I think from our perspective, from a planning and compact perspective, we'll really be looking at it from land use transportation, redevelop incentives, those types of things, ease of development, and that kind of, to at least spatially get those opportunities. But I know that there's a lot of interest and discussions going on about how do we get our education partners involved as well. And so we certainly will be talking to them even more so than just about like, hey, what property do you have, or those types of things. I think we really want to build an overall strategy with them as well.
We had a very promising project in downtown, and it's at least been delayed for two reasons. First of all, construction costs and commodity prices. And secondly, because of taxes. Is that something you are seeing throughout the rest of the county?
I know some about that particular project, but I haven't heard a lot of issues with taxes specifically causing challenges with housing, but I don't know enough to speak really educated about that particular case to know exactly what happened with that one, or is happening. It's still around.
So it is a little bit more unique, is what you're saying?
Well, I can't really speak authoritatively to it at all. Except for the fact that I know it exists, and I'm on those calls when we're talking about all the different projects that are being funded.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you.
No problem, thank you.
Consent? Item 5.2.
Approve the City of Clearwater's fiscal year 2021-2022 annual action plan, which is the second action plan of the fiscal year 2020-2021, fiscal year 2024-2025 consolidated plan, to implement the goals and objectives set forth in the consolidated plan and authorize the appropriate officials to enter into agreements with HUD and organizations approved for funding, together with authorization to execute administrative adjustments to same as needed. Mr. Lane again.
Thank you. Again, Chuck Lane, Economic Development Housing Department. I'll be using a brief PowerPoint to present to you the city's draft annual action plan for the coming fiscal year, which of course begins on October 1. The annual action plan is our plan for the use of federal funds for housing and community development programs. We receive HUD funding from the Home Investment Partnership Program and the Community Development Block Grant Program. As recipients of HUD funding, we're required to submit a consolidated plan to HUD at minimum every 5 years. Council approved the 5-year con plan last year, and we submitted it to HUD prior to the beginning of the current fiscal year. We're also required to submit an annual action plan for each year of the con plan. So there's a strong correlation between the two plans. The con plan establishes community needs and then establishes goals and objectives to address those needs. And the annual action plan identifies projects and activities that are in line with those goals and objectives in the con plan. The AAP, okay, sorry about that. These are the objectives in the con plan. So in creating an annual action plan, all projects and activities must fall in line with at least one of these objectives. These are the objectives established in the con plan. So in creating the con plan establishes 6 major goals, all centered around housing and community development. We accomplish these goals primarily through partnerships. So to create new partnerships and in many cases continue existing productive partnerships, we do a great deal of outreach during our annual action planning process. So with that, we begin the legwork really in January, but February is our first public engagement when we call for applications. HUD requires us to put out a notice of funding availability, which we publish in the Tampa Bay Times, to inform interested organizations that our application period is open. During the application period, we conduct a technical assistance seminar to provide guidance to applicants on submitting an application. After the 30-day application period closes, we review the applications and we convene a technical review committee that reviews and scores the applications. All applicants are asked to present their proposal at the April meeting of the Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board. Then in May, we present our staff recommended allocations to the NAHAB. The next hurdle would be to prepare the annual action plan document and then post it for public review and comment. We post it for 30 days. So the public has an opportunity to provide feedback during the 30-day public comment period and also at this week's NAHAB meeting, which is tomorrow, and Thursday's City Council meeting. The document's due to HUD by August 15th. These are the allocations for the coming fiscal year. We've seen modest but very consistent increases in CDBG and home funding over the last several years. Home funds are specifically to be used for housing. CDBG is the more flexible funding source. We can use CDBG for community development activities as well as some housing activities. We received 23 applications in total, 14 of them for public services. We had 3 applications for home buyer education services. These same 3 organizations also submitted applications to process down payment assistance loans for the city. These 2 activities are very closely related. For the remaining public service applications, funding is limited, so we use the technical review committee to review and score the applications, and each applicant is placed into a funding tier based on the TRC scores. We're limited to using no more than 15% of CDBG funding in a given year for public services. In a typical year, this is limited to 15% of the entitlement funding. We have additional funds this year because we converted about $580,000 from a separate HUD program to CDBG, and it allowed us to use 15% of those funds in addition to 15% of our entitlement. So this year we're actually able to fund more than about 93% of the total ask for funds. This will take some of the financial burden off our partners, which is pretty critical right now. As you know, nonprofits had a lot of trouble raising money during the pandemic. We assist the largest number of people through our public services and public facilities programs. Both are funded by CDBG. These are the public services we propose to fund in the coming year. All applicants are receiving some level of funding. As I mentioned earlier, we use the TRC rankings to separate the applicants into 3 tiers. Staff is proposing the top-ranked tier of 3 applicants to receive 100% of their funding request. The second tier, also 3 applicants to receive about 90% of their request, and the lowest 2 rank applicants to receive about 85% of their request. I know you're all familiar with the list of public service providers that you see on the screen. Collectively, they provide a very diverse array of services to Clearwater residents in need. We're able to use a portion of the funds for administration, which is primarily to fund staff salaries. Not shown on this slide, we also use a portion of SHIP funds, State Housing Initiative Partnership Program funds, for administration as well. We can also pull administration funds from program income as we spend that down. Under our economic development goal, we support Tampa Bay Black Business Investment Corporation, who provides technical assistance to business owners primarily in the North Greenwood community. They do this through their CATCH program, which is a series of classes for small business owners. They graduated a class a couple weeks ago. The Hispanic Business Fund of Florida, also known as Prospera, provides technical assistance for Hispanic entrepreneurs and small business owners. And we have a facade improvement program that we hope to activate in the coming year. The lion's share of our funds are in the housing pool. We made recent modifications to our down payment assistance program, which seems to have spurred interest. Then for housing projects, we have funding available for a range of things: new construction and rehabilitation of single-family and multifamily homes, land acquisition for housing, demolition. We have some projects lined up, and we have available funding for additional projects as well. We stay in constant contact with developers to find opportunities to create and preserve workforce and affordable housing. Hopefully we'll see somewhat of a correction in the cost of housing and construction materials over the next year. It's quite a barrier right now. HUD has always had a requirement that we spend 15% of our HUD of home funding on, oops, not forwarding here. Sorry about that. HUD has always had a requirement that we spend 15% of our home entitlement on a project through a partnership with a community development housing organization. This is really HUD's way of encouraging partnership with local community-based organizations. This is really no longer a requirement with HUD. They've softened it a bit. But if we have this opportunity, we'll definitely try to take advantage of it. So next steps, following council approval, we will finalize the annual action plan. It will submit to HUD prior to the August 15th deadline. In the meantime, there's quite a bit of staff level work to complete, so we're ready for these projects and activities to begin on October 1. For more information, our public comment period ends today, so anyone from the public wishing to comment on the annual action plan can contact me directly at charles.lane@myclearwater.com or by calling 727-562-4023. We also have, as I mentioned, 2 public hearings this week where people can also provide comment. I'll present the AAP, the Annual Action Plan, to the Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board tomorrow here in council chambers at 9 a.m. and again on Thursday at the 6 p.m. council meeting. Be happy to take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Lane? Councilmember Beckman.
I have some questions about I just want to start back with the goals. Are those goals from HUD, housing, homelessness, non-homeless, special needs, community development, public services, or are those the ones that we develop?
Those are goals that HUD requires us to evaluate.
Okay, so when we get our HUD funds, SHIP and CDBG grants, right? And home. So we've got 3 things: SHIP, home, and CDBG grant?
Yes.
Okay. So we get that from the federal government, and they have these goals, and then we put parameters on people who apply, organizations who apply for those funds. So we're saying that, for example, and correct me if I'm wrong, they can apply for a maximum of $25,000 for services, and building improvements or structural is like $100,000.
Our maximum ask for a public service has always been $25,000 per organization.
Mm-hmm.
Public services, I believe $95,000. We leave some room in there to stay below $100,000 for some ancillary services. Once we hit on $1,000, we get into different regulatory requirements, so we try to stay short of that.
Okay, so we've got that. Then I'm wondering if more good could be done? Or have we thought about changing that $25,000 ask? Because it looks like, oh, well, everybody got exactly what they asked for, but there was a limit on what they could ask for, and a bunch of them can use a whole lot more money. One of the things I keep championing is case management, wraparound services to really get people off the streets or help them with whatever they've got going on. So if we did away with that cap and had fewer people receiving funding, but maybe having a bigger impact. I mean, did we used to do it where it was an open ask?
Well, the issue is, it's typically, again, 15% of our CDBG funds.
Is all we can use.
When you're talking about entitlement, this year that would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $130,000, $135,000. So when you have 8, 10, 12 public service, we had 14 this year. So when you do the math, there's just not a lot of money to go around. And that cap is intended to create expectations, to at least distribute the money as evenly as we can.
So we spread it thin, but we can, at any time, we can use general funds to embellish some of those things that we think are a priority. We could take money and give it to St. Vincent de Paul or HEP or something like that if we really thought they needed it. Safe Harbor, right? We could do that if they're telling us that there's a great need and our HUD funds with this plan don't do enough to make a dent or as big a dent as we'd like, we can try to put more money in those different organizations if we choose to.
It's a council policy decision. Right now, we put about $250,000 into our 6 organizations that manage homeless
Yep, okay.
in our city.
And, all right, because I think of, when I talk with some of the directors of these organizations and they need case management and they're given, $19,000 from us, that's not going to pay for, it's not going to pay for another staff member or something. The other question I have is, so in the document that's also attached to this agenda item, I think it's recommended funding allocations final, yeah. You've got a column for ARPA funds up there in red, which is American Rescue Plan awaiting HUD guidance. And that's because you're thinking that we can use some of that funding through the next year?
That's not to be confused with the funding that was talked about earlier, the $22 million. These are separate funds. These are
designated just for?
Yeah, American Rescue Plan funds that are tied to the home program.
Okay. Do you have a number on that? Do you know what that number is?
We've been told we're going to get about $1.6 million.
Okay. Do you know when?
Last I heard from our HUD rep, not till at least the fall, at least.
Okay. And what do you think you might use it on?
Now, keep in mind, home is all about housing, but I think the ARPA funds are going to be targeted towards helping people that are struggling with homelessness to be housed. I think that's going to be a large component of the ARPA funds.
So
guidance isn't complete yet.
Okay. So people that are in temporary housing or emergency housing?
Yep. Okay. And again, it's COVID funding, so it would have to be a COVID impact.
And it would not have to, we wouldn't want it to be some ongoing expense. It would be one time only, right?
It's going to be one of the challenges, I would think.
It's huge. It's a huge challenge.
I mean, you get that tranche of money, and then if you create new
staff
programs or something else, then you just cut it off when they run out. So, we need to be cognizant of that.
So we're trying to do a lot of our work through partners. To us, it's a better way. It's a more sustainable way for us to do it.
The other thing I wanted to ask about is when the applicants came forward in the spring and we talk about, and I think it's under the action plan, annual action plan document, when we talk about how many clients are served. So, for example, we might give $19,000 to St. Vincent de Paul, and they've got down that they serve, 300 people. Well, $19,000 isn't going anywhere with 300 people. But when do we set goals first about how many people in whatever categories we want to help, or do our public service providers give us their proposals with, these are how many people we're going to help, and then we just say, this is how many we're helping, and we're going to contract with these guys, distribute the money out here, and that's how many people are helped?
part of the application, they tell us how many folks they think they're going to assist with that funding.
Right. So we don't develop the numbers as in, this is Clearwater, this is what our needs are for affordable housing, for vets, for people with disabilities, and on and on. We don't do that. We don't strike the numbers first and then go out and deal with service providers.
Right. They're submitting an application for a program that they've designed. And so they're going to tell us how that's going to work and how many people they're going to help through that program.
Ms. Sanderson, if you want to come up to the mic, please.
Thank you. Denise Sanderson, Economic Development and Housing. I just want to remind everyone that in our consolidated plan, that's where those large goals are established, and that's based on the data that's collected in preparation for that plan. So to answer your question, it all has to tie back to those goals where we put those numbers in that originating document. And then there is some flexibility based on applications that come forward, but they all have to align. Is that helpful?
Yeah, but you don't mean the planning consolidated, the overarching.
The consolidated plan, if you go back to that 2020 to 2024 document, that has large data on there about in each of those 6 goals, who and what we're going to attempt to address in those convening years.
And those had the stats from the different neighborhoods and all.
That's correct. So it's based on data that is collected and it goes into that report and then we try to align, but there's always flexibility as we move through those years.
And then as part of our budget or millage discussion, you all are probably going to get a new FTE. What's that person going to be doing?
It's an increased demand on our workload for managing these funds.
Yeah.
And of course, the COVID money that's been flowing as well. So I think just the increase in funding this year is going to cover the increase in the cost of that FTE.
Good. Oh, I'm all for it. And I would, when the applicants came forward in March and we're approving their dollar amount, when do they start? Do they get that in a lump sum?
No, they get it as they spend it.
Okay.
It's a reimbursement program.
And what's the turnaround for, like, if the MLK Center wants a new roof or air conditioning roof or something?
So there's a series of steps we have to do to set up that project, but ultimately, they'll contract with a private contractor and they'll just do construction draws like a normal contract. We oversee it to some degree with our inspectors, and we pay construction draws.
But that money's sitting in our account in the city, right? It doesn't have to go up through the federal government?
Actually, it sits at CDB, it sits at HUD. We have to draw the funds as we go from HUD. It doesn't sit in our coffers.
Okay. Thank you for clarification.
Other questions? Good. Thank you, Mr. Lane. 6.1.
Accept a drainage and utility easement from the property owners of View at Bel Air Apartments for the construction, installation, and maintenance of drainage and utility facilities on real property located at 1551 Flannery Circle West, Clearwater, and adopt the appropriate resolution. Mr. Mahoney.
Morning, Council. Tom Mahoney, Engineering Department. This property is located on US 19, just north of Bel Air. The easement will be for the maintenance of city utilities and drainage utilities. We have, this covers previously previously vacated easements. So this is to cover the newly installed. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Mahoney? 6.2.
Accept a water line easement from the property owners of View at Bel Air Apartments for the construction, installation, and maintenance of water line facilities on real property located at 1551 Flannery Circle West, Clearwater, and adopt the appropriate resolution. Mr. Mahoney again.
Again, this is the same location, but this easement is specifically for water lines running throughout the property. Any questions?
Any questions? 6.3.
Accept 2 utility easements from Gulf to Bay LM LLC for the construction, installation, and maintenance of city utility facilities on real property located at 2188 Gulf to Bay Boulevard, and adopt the appropriate resolution. Mr. Mahoney. Again.
This property is located at the northwest corner of Gulf to Bay and Belcher Road. It was formerly the Lucky's Market, and I guess now it's going to be an Aldi's. The easement will cover the installation and maintenance of all water lines. Any questions?
Questions?
Yeah, they do have an Aldi going in there?
I believe that's the...
I was going to say, are we finally going to get a tenant into this building?
Yeah.
It's a big building for an Aldi's compared to their normal footprint.
Big building for an Aldi.
Okay, 6.4.
Approve the request from the property owner of 619, 629, 631 Mandalay Avenue, Clearwater, and the city of Clearwater, as their interest may appear to vacate an abutting 15-foot platted alley described as that 15-foot alley lying easterly and adjacent to lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and Block B and westerly of Lot 9, and Block B of a replat of lots 1, 2, 3, 4, Block 86 and lots 1 to 8, inclusive Block 85 of Mandalay Unit Number 5, as recorded in Plat Book 20, page 27, and Blocks 85A, 86A, of a replat of lots 1 to 8, inclusive Block 83, lots 11 to 20, inclusive Block 84, lots 9 to 16, inclusive Block 85, lots 5, 6, 7, Block 86, and all Blocks 76 to 82, inclusive, and 87 of Unit Number 5 Mandalay as recorded in Plat Book 20, page 48, which replat is recorded in Plat Book 21, page 13, Public Records of Pinellas County, Florida, and pass the appropriate ordinance on first reading. Mr. Mahoney.
Sorry about the long legal description. But this alley vacation is at McKay Park, just in the abutting properties to the north. All the abutting property owners have provided letters of no objection. The city is also part of this vacation request as part of McKay Park. And all city stakeholders have support this application. Any questions?
Any questions? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, like the furthest northeast piece of property, isn't that a Duke Energy? The northeast.
Oh, yes.
636 Poinsettia or whatever, that's.
Yeah, that's, I think they have some utilities there. That's
Duke's
their
okay,
building.
and Duke is.
Yes, they've signed off on it.
Other questions? 6.5.
Approve architect of record professional services agreements as listed to provide continuing professional architectural services for a 4-year term pursuant to request for qualifications 39-21, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Ms. Kivett.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Tara Kivett, Engineering. This is the culmination of the city's process to procure a new architect of record list of 10 firms, including 4 new firms, to provide architectural services for city's capital improvement projects, studies, master plans, and rehab and renovation projects. Any questions?
Any questions from Ms. Kivett? Councilmember Beckman.
How come there wasn't an hourly rate listed on that page that's attached?
I think we've been collecting those as we're getting the final agreements, so we'll have that on record after the fact.
And then, is there any retainer fee that we pay these people to be on a list, or they're just on a list?
No. So similar to our EOR, engineer of record list, we also have a separate parking consultant list and a CM at risk. So that's 4 different continuing services rosters we have. And no, we do not pay them. We try to use a wide range, but we don't commit to that. And there are some years where we aren't using everybody. It depends on our needs.
And it depends on your needs on who you choose, if they have a specialty or something?
Correct.
Okay.
Other questions? Consent?
Consent, yep.
6.6.
Approve a proposal from Skanska Inc. of Tampa, Florida for construction of Imagine Clearwater at the guaranteed maximum price of $55,370,250 per RFQ 52-19, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Mr. Kurtz.
Good morning, Mr. Horn, Mr. Mayor, and my council members. Tim Kurtz, Engineering Construction Manager. Today, I'm here asking for approval of Skanska's guaranteed maximum price, number 3, for the construction of Coachman Park, the van shell, and appropriate and associated improvements for the amount mentioned of $55,370,250. With your approval today, we will be issuing a notice to proceed on July 22nd, and Skanska's subcontractors have all agreed to hold their prices until mid-August, which by that time they will have all of their agreements in place. This project is not being constructed in phases. The entire project is currently closed to the public and will remain closed until completion of the project or portions of the projects are available. But that will be timed with construction and actual on-site needs. The final completion date is scheduled for mid-July of 2023, and I will be available for questions, but at this point, Mr. Ravens would like to review the finances of the project.
Good morning, Council. Jay Ravens, Finance Director. I'd like to, briefly review a financial summary of the project, updated with this final GMP amount. This summary includes committed funding as revenues in the top section, followed by expenditures and encumbrances to date, along with projected additional expenses to complete the project. I'd like to draw your attention to the yellow highlighted amounts at the bottom of the expenditure category. The total of $13 million plus in the first column is the amount of the estimated net shortfall in funding that we shared with you via one-on-ones previously. At that time, we had included a lump sum contingency of $15 million for anticipated increases in the GMP due to commodity price increases in recent months. In the second column, we have eliminated the $15 million contingency, and we've replaced it with the actual GMP number 3 per this agenda item, or the resulting increase, reducing our estimated shortfall to a little over $7 million. Now, as we discussed in the one-on-ones, this $7 million shortfall can potentially be funded from various sources, such as proceeds from the 3 parcels being developed, potential Tourist Development Council bed tax funding, reallocation of penny 4 from other projects in the current 10-year plan, an interfund loan from the Central Insurance Fund to be repaid by the general fund over a period of time, or simply an allocation of general fund reserves. I'll be available to answer any questions along with engineering staff, but I believe Michael Delk would like to wrap up the agenda presentation with some closing comments at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jay and Tim. Yeah, I just would like to briefly kind of follow up on what Jay has mentioned here, is that when we had a conversation with you several weeks ago, we were planning for the kind of a worst case scenario with regard to the commodities and a lot of those prices. Obviously, we've made a lot of changes in the park. We've redesigned things. We've added amenities to the park. We've had some removed, and now we've added pretty much everything back in that we have talked to you about, really to kind of put the bells and whistles, if you will, back onto the park, such that we're going to have a beautiful park when we're finished. And I think it's one that kind of represents what your vision is for really the next this century for the city of Clearwater's downtown waterfront. With regard to this third and final GMP, we're pretty much done, pending the next 2 years of construction. There is one line item in there for contingency, non-GMP items of $1 million. I just want to point out to you that that's a contingency that will cover some of the support that we're giving to the downtown marina folks and the boats with the shuttle there. There's costs assigned to that, as well as some of the costs that you have directed with regard to some of the other the items that are in Jay, right? The management rep, yes, thank you, which we are going to be bringing you at the second meeting in August. So this should cover any of those kinds of things if we find that there's anything we need to do to support the park during construction, that we have a line item for that as well. But at this point, we're pretty well finished unless directed by you with regard to any further changes in the park that's being built. So that's it. Thank you.
Questions from council? I really don't want to put this on consent. It is too big an item.
I agree.
I think it'll be pulled by citizens anyway, and I don't feel comfortable approving it, even putting it on consent at this time. I just want to throw that out there before we get to our questions. Vice Mayor?
Not a question as much as a comment. It's still, we're still $7 million unidentified to fund this, but, the fact that we haven't even gone to the Tourist Development Council, I think is very telling, because I think that's a small ask for this project in my book from that body, and I feel very comfortable there. Plus, we have a couple other places we haven't even looked at, so I'm very comfortable with where we are on this, and I'm looking forward to the progress and getting it done.
Well, I'm very hopeful for the TDC. We all agreed that we were going to make an official ask. I know that's being formulated, and I look forward to bringing that to the TDC. I have met with several of our legislators, talking about the fact that the request for $10 million was denied this year, kind of putting together some strategies for next year. Don't necessarily think 10 million is the right number, but we think that there could be some substantial money that we could get from the state next year, and so kind of laying the groundwork for that. Just wanted you to be aware. Other questions?
We have a
Councilmember Beckman.
As I look at this document with the 3 columns, and we have 22 million from the allocation for the Sand Key Bridge Maintenance Fund, I'm wondering, in light of what happened at Surfside, that, are people going to be a little more concerned with monies taken out of that maintenance fund? I think Tara had said, Ms. Kivett, you'd said before that we thought that the timeline for setting aside money was more conservative, and you felt confident with that, but still confident, all good?
Yes. The funds that were reallocated were for a full-on design and construction of the replacement of the bridge. So we still have funds available to do maintenance of the bridge. And I think I mentioned that at one of our last meetings, that we do inspections every 2 years. And right now we are working on some design plans to address some of the issues that came up in an inspection from January. And we always confirm with our professionals on, let us know if there's any things that need to be addressed immediately, and then we take care of those. And in this case of the most recent inspection of the Sand Key Bridge, there was nothing that needed to be addressed immediately. And so we're taking a little bit of time to design those, and we'll probably advertise that project by the end of the year.
So when I respond to people who might have a concern, we say, look, we have this allocation for maintenance and repair, and that nobody's touching those funds. We have enough funds to maintain, repair, and keep that bridge. And that while we may be taking 22 million out of the replacement fund, I think, as Mr. Ravens had shown me, after a number of years, we are replenishing that so that it will be fully funded when we anticipate time to replace that bridge.
Correct.
And I know everybody's very sensitive about Surfside right now, and certainly reasonably so. But I want to point out that there was deferred maintenance at that condominium for decades. We don't defer maintenance in the city of Clearwater. We're watching things constantly to keep up. And so I just want to make certain that people understand the difference. Other questions?
I have a question about the cost overrun. Remaining cost overruns per current GMP number 3 after additions above is like close to 8 million, 7,788,000 or whatever. Is there anything that we can do to incentivize? I mean, I know it, I don't know how it would work, but to incentivize Skanska not to pull from that? Are there bonuses or something? Like, if you don't touch that, set aside for overruns? I mean, otherwise it's just
So
there to be used.
you're, Tara Kivett Engineering, you're referring to the line in Jay's spreadsheet, correct?
Yeah.
So that is somewhat a little misleading. That is really because GMP 3 was the last big ticket item in this project. Hence, all of the overall project overruns throughout the process are kind of now being attributed to GMP 3. So we have a GMP proposal from Skanska, and there is not a line. That line is not from the actual proposal from Skanska. So Skanska's cost for this, to construct this final phase, is $55 million. So we're looking at a total of about $69.5 million with all three GMPs to construct the park. And each of those GMPs has a construction contingency, and we will manage that appropriately. Obviously, the owner's rep will assist with that also on typically unforeseen issues in the field. And then, so you're kind of mistaken on how you're looking at that line. It is not Skanska's additions. It's the overall project.
It's cumulative.
Yes.
Okay. Was it articulated in the filing 1 and 2? It wasn't part of the overruns, cost overruns?
No, it's part of the entire project overruns, including design, not just Skanska's costs also. You know, so we have, I think, 13 plus million of non-construction costs, and then we have a couple million, as listed here, of, again, non-construction costs that, like, we have to pay, like we buy builder's risk insurance, things that aren't just going to Skanska.
Okay.
So I have some questions for Skanska.
Mayor Hibbard, council members, Ken Duty with Skanska. Appreciate you having me here today.
Good morning. Thank you for putting up with all that came before this and having to come back on Thursday. You know, when we talked a few months ago, obviously commodity prices were skyrocketing. If we go back a year, we actually talked about maybe the project coming in a lot less because none of that inflation in commodity prices had occurred. That's always stuck in my mind. As we're seeing prices fall a little bit, or moderate is what I would call it, what if they come down more than anticipated before the commodities are actually needed?
So there's,
Or are we locking in today's prices?
so two answers. Yes, we're locking in prices. However, we've gotten subs and we've projected out to at least allow us to lock in prices up through the 15th of August and in some cases to the 25th of August. Okay, so right now with the pricing that we've taken, we've included within the GMP an allowance to get us from this period of our GMP to that actual award and commitment with each and every sub of every package through the 15th or 25th of August. And in the proposal, you'll see that that's like $425,000. There's opportunity there as we are making those final commitments. But opportunity beyond that, we're locking in right now. Because history is, while we might be looking for a Q4 stabilization, we're not seeing a reduction, and history would tell us that you generally won't see that and get an advantage of that unless there's really a recession event. It just doesn't happen.
So producers are not going to catch up to demand.
Right now, it
Start
doesn't
to
look
see
like that.
prices fall.
It's slow. They're making recoveries. The problem is they're getting back orders and they're getting orders in that are preventing them from actually making up and recovering. So it's going to take a substantial amount of time, and to see the offsets, they're going to go right back to just-in-time deliveries. And right now, the lead times that we're seeing are projected well out beyond what's typical and traditional. So to tell you we're going to see and should bank on recovery, and play with the subcontractors, both the upside and downside, it's a risk with every trade. So right now, we're looking to lock in because of what's the stability with what's going on. And we're just coming into a hurricane season. We don't know what's going to take place. There's a lot of what's taken place in different aspects of the market with the commodities that were related to seasonal and weather issues, with resins and PVCs and the plants over in Louisiana and Texas. They're recovering still and redoing all of their piping. It would not be something that we would recommend.
So we can't anticipate any savings?
I wouldn't anticipate anything beyond what we allocated as potential areas of savings in that $400 and something thousand. And we'll do that as we make commitments with subcontractors. But it's a short window. We need to get them locked in so we can get those materials and those longer leads to hit the schedule that we've got.
Now, to me, the civil work and everything you're doing underground is where you tend to find more surprises.
That's true. Yep.
So how far are we away from getting to the point where everything is above ground and where there probably will be fewer surprises?
So the GMP2 phase, which is the underground, all the earthwork, the utilities, if you'll remember, that was about a 16-month process to get us to have that infrastructure in place and all the earthwork behind us. I would tell you, the first 12 months of that, we will be into and will have identified most everything that's unknown below the ground that might tap into all of those contingencies that we have built in.
So we're still a long way away.
We are. There's a lot of utility infrastructure that goes in place. We haven't started actually installing any infrastructure yet, with the exception of the Duke Energy primary directional drilling work that's taking place now, and it's about 95% complete. Duke is actually already doing their new feeders within those conduit. But any of the sanitary, the force mains, the storm infrastructure, none of that has started yet. We've got the commitments in place, the materials are being ordered, those things, but we haven't started. We just got permits. We're starting to do clearing and grubbing here shortly. We've gotten all of our soil erosion in place and all of our tree barricades for the mitigation plans and protection of our trees. But getting into the ground and getting that infrastructure in is really where we're going to see whether or not there's unforeseens that we have to then tap into any of those contingencies. Right.
And I don't want to get into the nits, but I was looking, and I've asked Mr. Horn about this, but I was over at someone's place at Water's Edge for a few hours out on their deck. And I saw closest to the marina on the north side, there's a parking lot where obviously you have silt barriers and you're keeping the storm water. There was significant standing water.
Yeah.
I wondered how you dealt with that and mosquitoes during the summer.
So with a major rain event, with the stormwater erosion plan that goes in place, there's all type of filtration systems and media that goes in and around those inlets. And it reduces the flow and the outflow. It restricts it quite a bit. So you will see potentially up to 72 hours, I would tell you, of water that you generally wouldn't see. Now, also I would tell you that we did have a major rain event when that took place, which is probably not the norm. So the 72-hour window is probably the extreme. But you're right, we had a lot of standing water, but it did dissipate. It was actually up to the, not cresting over the soil erosion right down along the seawall, the soil erosion screening and fencing. But you could see the water line was up on it. So we are looking at different measures because that is a management plan that's not an absolute. It's something that has to be, maintained, and it has to be amended based on what we're seeing. So we'll work with Chrisdale, our site contractor, and we'll put in measures that will relieve that water a little bit quicker.
And how confident are you with the timeline for completion?
I'm confident on the timeline for completion
I'd love to have it open for July 4th.
for July 4th. Yeah,
You're saying
me too.
mid-July?
No, absolutely. Yeah, so substantial.
That'd be a big high five.
Yeah, okay, I hear you.
Okay.
Love it. But right now, substantial completion is the 17th of May. So that gives us all of our certifications, okay?
Okay. Any other questions before we talk about this on Thursday? Councilmember Beckman.
Do you have any feelings about us hiring a owner's rep to work with you?
It is something that is, typical. It's not something that's atypical. I think, this is, personally, I think the bigger bang for the buck would have been during the pre-construction time period, because we've really made all of our design choices and selections. This GMP is the last one where we're bringing in all of the alternates and the added amenities. So I think all of that is in place. We, Skanska, as your construction manager, we're really, working on the city's behalf as your fiduciary. Not that, others can't, help that, but I think the bigger bang for the buck was really already lost. Now, I think as far as a liaison and working with different parties, there's other opportunity as we move forward, but those only come with change. And with that, there's potential cost, and both while you get some cost benefit, if you're making a change later, you're not getting the most efficient use of that cost because you're not going to ever see 100% back. And that's just a reality.
So what would it look like to have a owner's rep if we hired one? Is that person there on site 5 days a week? Does that person kind of check in with you once in a while? I mean, how does that, can you just describe what that, in your experience, what does it look like when you have an owner's rep on?
I think it's really dependent on what the city services want to be. Mm-hmm. If you want the owner's rep there in full function and capacity as oversight of everything, then you're probably talking someone, and possibly even more than someone, being on site. Mm-hmm. Can they effectively do that for you off-site? When you're only now asking them to really watch how the money flows and watch what the work goes in place, then I would tell you they probably don't need to be here 100% of the time with a full staff. But if you ask for those services to do more and to go out and dig and look for opportunities for change, then I think they're going to be more than one person, and it'll be more than just being away from the site and periodically visiting. They'll be full-time. Yeah.
It just seems like they get in your way or add to your workload to be answering to somebody else, or, I don't know.
Well, it's definitely an added step in the process. But we work with them all the time, so, I mean, it's not atypical.
Have you used an owner's rep before?
No, I don't think I have.
Okay. You said you act as a fiduciary. That's a very weighty word.
Yeah.
You literally are a fiduciary? Because I am an accredited fiduciary.
Yeah.
And I don't use that word very loosely.
I think our agreement speaks to it, and we're truly here and we work on the city's behalf. I mean, we make a fee, and our subcontracts, we don't make anything on the subcontracts. We just manage the subcontracts. We hold them, we manage them, we work to get the project complete as quick as we can.
Okay. Well, we'll discuss it further on Thursday. Thanks for being here today.
Yep, very good.
7.1.
Approve a purchase order to Stryker Sales Corporation, DBA Stryker Medical of Chicago, Illinois, to procure 40 LifePak 1000 cardiac defibrillators pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances 2.563 1C piggyback, declare 35 Charger LifePak 1000 cardiac defibrillator surplus, and approve trade-in pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances 2.6237E, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Chief Tedesco.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Anthony Tedesco, Clearwater Fire, Division Chief EMS. Sorry, it's my first time, so. This request is for approval of a purchase order to procure 40 AEDs from Stryker. And then in return, we're going to be taking 35 of our AEDs and returning them back in trade-in, the ones that we have now back to Stryker. We don't have anything to do with them. The fire department is responsible for overseeing the AED program, and we have many AEDs across all of our city facilities. So we're responsible, obviously, for maintaining them. Examples, City Hall, MSB, libraries, so on and so forth. The AEDs being traded in have or will soon reach their end of life, so that is the reason why. The purchase price of the 40 AEDs is $87,200, and the trade-in value is $14,000, which brings the total to $73,200. The funds are available in CIP, so I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Deputy Chief Tedesco? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, question, you say the ones we're trading in are reaching their end of life. If they're reaching their end of life, how do they have any value at all? Because, I mean, what I'm getting at is, do they take the ones that we're trading in, do they refurbish them and then use them in a different application, but the ones we're getting are brand new, not refurbished?
That's correct. Oftentimes we'll take those and they'll repurpose them, or they come up with new technology, which is the case now, and they'll recycle those. And we don't really want to have any part of recycling that battery or anything like that, which is why we give it back to, in this case, Stryker, to take care of all that for us. With new AHA guidelines or any ones moving forward, they want to make sure we have the best that we have. That we can get, rather.
Councilmember Beckman.
Is the lifespan about 8 years? Because
Yes.
there's an 8-year warranty? Okay.
Oh, good for
Wanted to
you.
make sure.
Consent?
Yes.
Yep. 8.1.
Continued from June 17th.
Okay.
Approve the annexation, initial future land use map designations of residential low and water drainage feature overlay, and initial zoning at list designation of low medium density residential district for 1732 Evans Drive, the annexation, initial future land use map designation of residential low, and initial zoning at list designation of low medium density district for 1800 Diane Drive, and pass the appropriate ordinances on first reading. Mr. Brother.
Thank you for Northern Planning and Development. So these voluntary annexation petitions involve two parcels of land totaling 0.328 acres and are both occupied by single-family dwellings. The applicants have requested annexation in order to receive sanitary sewer service and solid waste service from the city, and the applicants have paid the required sewer fees, impact and assessment fees in full, and are aware of the additional costs to connect to the city sewer. And then solid waste will be provided upon annexation.
Any questions? 8.2.
Approve the annexation, initial future land use map designation of residential urban, and initial zoning atlas designation of low medium density residential district for 2248 Northeast Coachman Road, together with certain abutting right-of-way of Northeast Coachman Road, and pass the appropriate ordinances on first reading.
Thank you. This voluntary annexation petition involves a 0.158 acre parcel occupied by a single-family dwelling. The applicant is requesting annexation to receive sanitary sewer and solid waste service from the city, and the applicant has paid those required impact and assessment fees for sewer and is aware of the additional cost to extend to the city's sewer system, and solid waste will be provided upon annexation.
Questions?
I had a question about this one. In the picture at the end, first of all, 3 chairs, this family has solar on their home, but it also looks kind of like it could be a duplex. It's kind of, looks like it could have 2 entries. Could they function as a duplex there?
I mean, it certainly could, but we have received confirmation from the owners that it is a single-family home. And we looked through the realtor's images that were on, like Zillow, and we noticed an inside staircase. And from what we could tell, there's no, any sort of kitchen or anything like that up in the upstairs. But yeah, that was the question that we saw, but we did confirm that it is single-family indeed.
8.3,
Approve the annexation, initial future land use map designation of industrial limited and initial zoning atlas designation of industrial research and technology district for 1223 North Hercules Avenue, Unit A, together with certain right-of-way of North Hercules Avenue, and pass the appropriate ordinances on first reading. Brother, then again.
This voluntary annexation petition involves a 0.27 acre parcel of land occupied by manufacturing use. The subject property is part of a larger site consisting of two parcels, number A and number B, with parcel number B currently within the city limits. Parcel B was annexed into the city in 1979. However, the current parcel lines bifurcate the existing buildings on the site. So the applicant is requesting annexation in order to adjust those parcel lines. Sanitary sewer is available to the property. It's located in the North Hercules right-of-way. However, the applicant is not indicating connection at this time, and they are aware of the availability fee that can be charged. And they're also aware of the required impact and assessment fees that would need to be paid in prior. Additionally, we did receive a phone call from the previous owner of this property late last week, and there's an alleged ownership dispute on the parcels. We've notified the applicant's representative as well, and they did respond. However, we haven't had a time or a chance to really dig into that any deeper. So we will be working with our legal team to figure that out for you on Thursday night.
Pam, what would your recommendation be?
I have no information about that at this point. We will get more information and let you know.
All right. Any other questions? We'll figure that one out on Thursday. 8.4.
Approve the annexation, initial future land use map designation of residential low and initial zoning atlas designation of low-density residential district for 3467 Sweetwater Trail, and pass the appropriate ordinances on first reading.
So this voluntary annexation petition involves a 0.393 acre parcel of land which is occupied by a single-family dwelling. The applicant in this case is requesting annexation in order to receive solid waste service only, as sanitary sewer is not readily available to the property.
Questions? 8.5.
Continued from June 17, 2021, approve the contraction of the Clearwater K Community Development District, pass the appropriate ordinance on first reading.
Council, we anticipate that there will be a settlement brought forward on Thursday. I have only talked to one of the parties since your last continuance, so I cannot tell you that that is absolutely true.
On this one, I'm from Missouri. Show me.
I have to agree with that, but it is my understanding that they are in the process of drafting the settlement documents.
Okay. 9.1.
Authorize a purchase order to EA Engineering, Science and Technology, Inc., PBC of Hunt Valley, Maryland, for bioassay toxicity testing and consulting services in an annual amount not to exceed of $34,800 plus a 15% contingency in the amount of $5,220 with the option for 2 one-year renewals at the city's discretion pursuant to invitation to bid 30-21 bioassay toxicity testing and consulting services, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same. Mr. Jennings, this is his first time, and customarily I ask you to be nice to him.
That's all right. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Jason Jennings, the Wastewater Environmental Technologies Manager for Public Utilities. The item before you today is for the award of a purchase order for bioassay toxicity testing and consulting services used in wastewater treatment. We use this bioassay testing to determine if the water reclamation facility effluent is toxic to marine life. The associated consulting services are used to establish mitigation strategies in the unlikely event of a positive result in the toxicity testing. There were 2 bids received, and EA Engineering, Science and Technology was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. The contract is for an annual amount of $40,020 from July 16, 2021 through July 15, 2022, with the option for 2 one-year renewals. I'm asking you to authorize the purchase order, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, nice questions from Mr. Jennings?
I know it's a tough one.
Councilmember Beckman.
I'm so glad you're here, Mr. Jennings. Is this a new requirement from FDEP?
No, ma'am. This is started with the Grizzle Fig Act back in the late 70s for testing for any facilities that discharge into a surface or a body water within the state. So it's in our permits, it's a requirement, something we do very well at, so.
So is this the same company that we've used in the past?
It actually was. We recently are getting away from a piggyback that we have with Marinco Laboratories, and they came back on. So we've dealt with this company for a very long time, so we're happy to have them back.
Consent?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 10.1. Thank you, Mr. Jennings.
Designate a council member to serve as the city's official voting delegate at the Florida League of Cities Annual Conference. Council members, the conference will be held August 12th through the 14th in Orlando, and it does require that council designate an individual to attend the actual annual business meeting where they elect their leadership and also adopt the resolutions.
Question. The actual business meeting takes place on Saturday?
Correct.
Okay.
At 9 a.m. And it usually doesn't last that long. I would say that actual portion of the meeting is maybe an hour at most. And then they usually have programming or the luncheon as well. The past president's luncheon comes afterwards.
My plan is to attend, but I will not be able to get there until probably dinner time on Friday.
Okay.
I'm going to miss some of the Friday things, but I would be there in time for Saturday.
I'm going to try to go, but I've got a couple conflicts that I'm trying to work out. I think Councilmember Beckman's going as well. Regardless of who we appoint, I would hope that we would get the resolutions first so that we can see if there's anything that, is controversial before we send our delegate to vote.
Will do. I will make sure.
Doesn't happen often, but occasionally there's something out of left field. There certainly is at the U.S. Conference of Mayors sometimes. So and we could discuss that on the 5th.
Okay. I still need one individual to designate. So do we want to designate the vice mayor?
Which one of you want to do it?
Well, it'll be my last League of Cities meeting before I'm bye-bye. So I would be glad to do it, but.
You guys okay with that? All right. Congratulations.
Yay.
All
Can I
right.
place it on consent?
Yes. 11.1.
Confirm the declaration of a state of emergency due to conditions surrounding Tropical Storm Elsa and adopt Resolution 21-28.
You made it. We dragged it out just for you.
I
Just
appreciate
want you to
that.
know
Thank you,
that, Mr.
thank you.
Grant.
It's been a while. I know you all missed me, so I just figured I'd come back. Good morning, Javon Graham, Division Chief Emergency Management. Again, like it was said, this is to confirm the declaration of emergency that was declared due to Hurricane Elsa, which allowed the city manager and the EOC staff to make decisions to mitigate the emergency. If there's any questions, feel free to answer.
Any questions? I'm just glad it was almost a non-event.
Yes, we did very well. Again, our infrastructure held up extremely well, so we did good as a city.
Great. Thank you. Any questions on second readings, 6.2 or 11.2 through 11.6? All right. City manager verbal reports.
Continued closure at Cleveland Street, we have an item related to that. Mr. Library.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Mike Lavery with the City Manager's Office. Here this morning to discuss the continued closure of Cleveland Street, specifically the improving the appearance of the barricades that are currently there. We've had some challenges, I know, perhaps communication-wise. In the past week or two, there have been a couple of emails that indicating that the city had purchased upgraded barriers. That is actually not the case. What we have done is had discussions amongst staff to figure out if there's what we can do on a temporary basis. And basically 4 items that we tried to hit. The first is that we want it to look nice and inviting. Second is that it absolutely needs to protect public safety if we're inviting pedestrians to be in the roadway. Third is that it remain temporary for now. The commitment is currently through the end of this calendar year. And finally, not to make a large financial investment in something that is currently just temporary. So some of the items that we looked at were mounting bollards rather than the concrete barriers. Unfortunately, it turns out that the footers that they would need to have would require, in order to mitigate a vehicle intrusion, would need to have significant footers, which would significantly affect underground infrastructure and things like that. So those are not, unfortunately, they don't keep the cost low, and they're not a great temporary solution because of the impact of construction on that. So I guess what we're here this morning to do is to just update you on where we stand now and get some guidance on how you would like to proceed. My recommendation is I hope some of you have seen the painted barricades that are at Myrtle and Court Street. I think if we were to switch out the chipped up and rough-looking barricades that are currently on Cleveland and put in newer ones that were better appearing, and then work with the public, our cultural affairs coordinator to identify if we could find some artists to put some decorative murals or paintings on them that would improve that. And then potentially on the eastbound side of the street, which is the south side of Cleveland Street, which is currently, we don't put tables and chairs there because that's for emergency access and things like that. Potentially installing some swing gates rather than the bicycle rack barricades that are currently there. These would be 2 large swing gates that would be wide enough to accommodate a fire truck, ambulance, and things like that. And one more thing in addition, the city does have a new traffic operations manager, traffic engineering manager. So I will be meeting with him to discuss what we can do about some of the signage and the barrels and things like that, and what of all of that is necessary. So I will leave it to you for discussion or advice, please.
Well, I think the New Jersey barriers on the north side that would be painted, I've driven by the corner of Myrtle and Court and seen them, and they are significantly more attractive. The gates we're using right now would not stop a vehicle.
No.
And if that vehicle gets through them, all they have to do is jump the center median to be over where the seating is. I don't know if I really understand. We're not really protecting people should we get somebody who is crazy right now. Or they could jump up on the sidewalks. So, I want to temper expectations that we're literally making it impenetrable, because it isn't. I also don't know, do we have to have, couldn't we put New Jersey barriers at, on both sides, north and south, for instance, at Garden, and perhaps over at Osceola? And then the fire apparatus, which I know we don't like backing up. That's a big deal. But getting in, they could always pull in from Fort Harrison, or whichever entrance you want to make open. So now you're only dealing with 2 entrances, one on the 400 and one on the 500 block. And we could do painted New Jersey barriers on both of the other entrances. Do you see what I'm saying?
I think we'd have to.
And if they have to leave, we could also get an apparatus to take the New Jersey barrier out after the emergency has passed, right?
Well, I think the issue is our initial response. So if we're going to have Jersey barriers in place, it's going to take us a while to move.
No, only on one end. So you could pull in to the south side from either Garden or Osceola, or from Fort Harrison on both sides. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, we got to talk to the emergency guys. I don't know how easy that is to do, but.
I'm sorry, Mr. Horn, I was going to say our primary stakeholders here are the fire department, the police department, and our engineering, traffic management. So I will certainly take that idea to the working group.
Councilmember Beckman?
I'm sure the answer is no, but is there, as you're driving down Fort Harrison, painted on the street is a turn onto Cleveland. No, it's not. Is it Fort Harrison? Where it's, yeah, anyway. Can we get rid of that turn, painted turn arrow? Because, that's part of it, is people are driving their car and then it says you can turn left and there's no left to make onto Cleveland Street. So that's an easy fix? Put some black paint on there? Or?
Certainly, yes.
I didn't know if there were a bunch of hoops to go through with.
I don't know if it's quite that easy, because, Fort Harrison is alternate 19 at that point. Is it not? No, it's over on Myrtle.
Myrtle is.
But if we're not making it a permanent situation, you'd have to put that turn lane back in if we ever take the barricades out. The easiest solution is to make it, and I'm not making this suggestion, is just make this closure permanent, and then you can do all kinds of stuff. But until somebody's ready to go down that road.
Well, I'm ready to make it permanent, so at some point it's going to be a policy decision. Nothing is permanent, by the way. So we can call it, whatever you want, but nothing's ever permanent because it can be reversed. If, for instance, all the businesses went out, you could always reverse the decision, or if it ceased to work.
Do we have a cost estimate on what it would be to do the permanent bollards with the how much in the ground they'd have to go and how strong they'd have to be and everything?
Because of the unknowns of underground infrastructure and how that would be impacted, we didn't go very far down that road when we realized that it would be a significant investment. So not at this time.
Because, there's stormwater pipes running all in there and everything else, so it could be quite significant.
We don't know what the underground infrastructure is. The first phase of streetscape, for goodness sakes, is in modern times.
Come on, Tara.
Come on up, Tara.
Come on in, the water's fine.
Yes, we know exactly where all of our underground infrastructure is. I shouldn't say exactly, sorry. Because we have great as-built. In fact, I was around when we constructed that project, so we do have good data. I think it's just kind of drives up the cost and is a little more complicated because of the amount of underground utilities in that area, and even that don't belong to us. There's a lot of communication, Church of Scientology, there's everything in that underground. So it just complicates it. But we can do anything for cost.
Councilmember Beckman.
So there's a cost to getting a cost, right? There's time spent.
There's staff resources that are needed?
Yeah.
Correct.
But I'm in favor of closing it. From what I know, if there's more information to look at to make a better informed decision. But yeah, I think if we're saying that's a policy decision, if most people sitting up here are for it, then what are we talking about temporary stuff for? But I think having the cost is, it'd be nice to have everything, but I'd like to know what you're signing up for a cost of making it permanent.
Right. And then, I guess, what does the permanent look like? Mm-hmm. Do you leave the curb and roadway in place, which would be my recommendation, versus making it a whole pedestrian mall like you see in Santa Monica or other places? That's a whole nother level, and would also take a lot more of our effort to figure out what that cost would be.
Well, I think that's more phasing. Right. If we decided to go to that extent, I would agree that the first step would be just cordoning it off and making it safe and more permanent.
Right. And we can have the Jersey barriers, as Mike noted, be much nicer looking and more decorative than what's out there now.
Any comment?
I've been ready to make it permanent from day one.
So what else do you need? Mr. Horn.
Well, is this a consensus, or?
I'm hearing a consensus, less,
To get
less
numbers.
one.
Right?
What?
Just to get numbers, like how much would it cost to make it permanent? Is that what we're
Right, to get,
consenting to? Yeah.
if the numbers are reasonable, though, what I'm hearing is that everybody is in agreement to make it permanent.
So, do you understand what permanent looks like? Because I don't, so.
Not really. From what my discussion was, yeah. To make the closure permanent, but to not make the actual streetscape permanently closed. Is that correct?
To make the closure permanent without bringing the roadway up so it's flush
Exactly.
with the sidewalks.
Yeah, the barriers.
So the right-of-way will not change. The look of the right-of-way, the current streetscape out there will not change. We'll still have curb, the parallel parking. We've got some drainage, valley gutters. That won't change. It's really making the closure component of this a little more permanent.
And a heck of a lot more attractive.
That's my understanding.
Does it interfere with Fort Harrison Complete Streets, all that stuff?
No, not short-term. Obviously, if we're going to, like you said, never open Cleveland Street again, then we may not need turn lanes and things like that, obviously.
Go ahead, Pam, because
No, I'm just thinking of what the next steps would be in addition to that. So we would be closing the street to vehicular traffic officially, and it would be indefinite. I would prefer to use the term indefinite rather than permanent.
Yeah, the 400 and 500 block.
Yes.
And is there any changes to the downtown plan that would be necessary?
I don't know, nor do I know how it would impact Imagine. And I'm looking at Michael, and he doesn't have anything to say about that.
Well, the capacity that Cleveland has, unfortunately, is relatively limited anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we've indicated in the past that we would study the traffic, even if we implement the pilot program. My opinion about that is that our issues are not now would they necessarily ever be a traffic volume standpoint, because our capacity generally, I think, is pretty sufficient. So I think we've talked about that a lot in the past. I don't know that that's an overriding factor, but I think the downtown plan, there is policies in there about maintaining the urban street grid downtown. I think that is somewhat of a factor. We've impacted that somewhat with the railroad closings. I think generally in an urban environment, it's good to try to maintain a street grid system. That doesn't mean you can't close Cleveland. I think the other thing that I was going to mention slips my mind, the plan issue. I think the permanency, the impact, the accessibility of their private property to right-of-way and their access. So I don't know, Pam, if that's a potential Bert Harris issue with non-restaurant retail for the elimination of public roadway access, but on a more indefinite manner, but I would just.
I think we would have to take a look at specific circumstances, but you're not guaranteed direct access to a automobile
To a
available.
drive-by or
Yeah.
parking.
Right. But that doesn't mean that there won't be some people who have an issue and will have to look at it. So far, that has not been a complaint we've heard, has it? I haven't seen any complaint in that regard.
The only complaint we got was from Kathy. Right?
yes,
I think so. Yes.
and we've addressed that.
And that's been resolved.
Or, I don't know, yeah.
I actually got an email from somebody who loves going to the one-stop shop, and she's handicapped, and was worried about access to that. So I kind of snuck around the back and saw that there was probably a place for her to park back there in most days.
There's an alley back
And
Yeah.
is there
They have
rear
an
access?
Unofficial space, what's that?
Is there rear access into the store?
There is, yeah.
there. Yes. So Pam, I have a question then. How would we best memorialize what is a work session consensus policy decision?
Well, we can wait for Councilmember Albritton on Thursday
Okay,
and readdress this.
okay.
And
I
we
think
may
that's the
want to
best.
do a official action of council to close it to pedestrian traffic. I don't know that we've done that before, but we may want to actually have council do a resolution.
And if we were to close this indefinitely, and as Tara alluded, if we wanted to make it more pedestrian mall type atmosphere of Santa Monica or something of that nature, can we put the onus of that transition on the property owners?
Do you mean assess them for that?
The cost of it, if they want it, they pay for it?
So now you're talking about a whole different issue, which is a special assessment for the adjoining property owners to make these improvements.
Well, I would expect to do it out of the CRA if we did it at all. I mean, that's the logical place for these costs to come out of, in my opinion.
Well, I don't want to, I don't mean to open a can of worms or create an issue, but how do we address, we did a lot of things pandemic related because of the pandemic, but if we're making it permanent, these restaurant liquor licenses do not permit technically the alcohol sales out onto the public right of way. How do we address that?
That's their problem to address.
That's their problem?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know that we've had some, Ms. Clayton may be prepared to speak to that.
Say.
Because we don't issue liquor licenses. That's not our.
Gina Clayton, Planning and Development. We've just issued a letter to Amplify and the CRA and to the downtown businesses that over the next 90 days, we are requiring everybody to get in compliance with city codes because we allowed flexibility during COVID. I don't think we have one current outdoor cafe permit out there now. And so they're going to be coming in to get that approval, and more than likely, they'll also need to show us an updated alcohol license. We also have some amendments that we're doing to the outdoor cafe ordinance, authorizing the ability of outdoor cafes to go into the right-of-way beyond the sidewalk area, so that if you'd wanted, so that we're covered with this as well. But also that ADA compliance has to be met for any cafes that are out there in the street.
Councilmember Bunker.
My curiosity was piqued by something that Tara said. She mentioned getting, not the okay, but talking to Scientology about the closure. What say do they have over Cleveland Street?
No, I'm sorry, I meant that they have some underground infrastructure on Cleveland.
Scientology does?
Yes, on Cleveland Street.
What do they have there?
I'm pretty sure it's like a private communication line, similar to Verizon and Frontier.
Okay.
So they've got a right-of-way permit from us to do that. But during construction of the first phase of Cleveland Street, we, I think, even broke one of their lines.
Okay.
I mean, they're a property owner, so whatever property owners have under the ground.
Yeah, I just didn't know that they had property on Cleveland there, other than,
Right, so it's more of an IT data line.
Okay.
You clear? We're good? Okay. Anything else, Ms. Aiken?
No, sir.
All right, council discussion items 13.1. I'm going to be talking to the consultant from T. Barta about the gondolas. And I wanted to talk about that with all of you before I started answering questions of them. I will tell you personally, I don't support the gondola concept. I think it'll be extraordinarily expensive. If you really want to make it work, I think we're going to have a significant parking structure downtown that would be dedicated to it. I think it's going to have to be darn close to free, because I think otherwise most people are going to get on the bridge and be willing to go and pay for parking over there to be in closer proximity to the sand. Just imagine if you had a family of 4 that you had to park in a parking garage, potentially pay for that garage, then pay for the gondola ride, and schlep all of your stuff out of your car onto a gondola to go to a terminus, which probably would be, the marina. And then now you've got to either get to North Beach or down to, South Beach and Opal Sands. I just don't think it's realistic. So that's one of the reasons I don't support it. The second reason is, I think that the parking that we have, and I want people to really understand what I'm saying, I think the capacity of parking we have on the beach today, the causeway, which is our road system, are the governors to how many people can get onto the beach. And I'm not trying to limit access by any stretch of the imagination, but if you go to Walt Disney World, they have a capacity limit. Why? Because at some point, the experience deteriorates, and they want a good experience for their clientele. I think the governor that we have on how many people get out to the beach is our parking capacity and our roadway system. And I think if you could add another 5,000 or 10,000 people through the gondola system, I think you are going to overwhelm the beach, and I think it's going to be detrimental to the experience. So for that, I just don't support it. And I also don't see how it's going to pay for itself. I think it's going to require an enormous subsidy. I don't think the city wants to pay that subsidy. If it would come from DOT or FDOT or some other funding source, it might be interesting, but I still think it would be a mistake. And that's kind of the approach that I have with talking to these folks tomorrow, unless you all disagree, and then I will bring the consensus view from the council. And I wish Councilmember Albritton were here, but I'm speaking with him tomorrow afternoon, so that's not possible. Vice Mayor?
Well, my position on gondolas has never changed, and it's very much along, for those that you may or may not know about Beach Tran. Beach Tran and the gondola system both fall under the category for me as an attraction more than a viable transportation alternative. There will be a very minimal amount of time where a gondola to the beach is a viable option to get to the beach versus an attraction. And I will never put the cost of an attraction on the back of the taxpayer. Most days in a calendar year, there are more than enough parking spaces out on the beach. Traffic is not that onerous, and to put an attraction on the back of the taxpayer is not something I will do, period. I will never vote for that. So that's my.
Well, they're going to spend money just studying this.
Well, I think they're
If
wasting,
there's
I
really
think they're
no
wasting
support
money to even study it.
from our council, then I don't see no reason for them to study it.
From a city standpoint, I think they're wasting money to even look at it, so.
Councilmember Bunker?
I have serious doubts about the gondola system being able to function properly. Because, anytime I've ridden on one of these at Disney or the San Diego Zoo, I mean, it's a nice, pleasant way to hop in there, get off your feet and enjoy the scenery as you're going to the other side of the park. And I could see that as a compelling aspect of getting people to the beach and to imagine Clearwater. But I wouldn't pay extra at Disney to take that ride. I would walk. So if we're going to be charging people for the gondola, I'm not sure that it's necessary, especially since we're going to have increased ferry trips from Imagine Clearwater to the beach, hopefully, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Still gonna be a parking issue, but.
Yeah.
But I wanna bring people
But I
from the
think you
beach to
really
downtown.
Right, but they have to get back too, so.
Right.
I think any way we can make it easier for them to go back and forth, I think is welcome. I have serious doubts about, the gondola though.
Councilmember Beckman?
I think the arguments, the points you guys make are valid, and I think they're valid. I think, I'd like to do my own investigation a little bit more. So when Whit Blanton was here and said they wanted to do this study, have they started it yet?
This is part of starting it.
This meeting that you're gonna go to?
Well, it's a phone interview.
Oh, okay.
But my understanding is that when Mr. Leclerc looked at this,
Who's Mr. Leclerc?
You need to come.
he was a private investor.
Oh, but T-Barter's already started the study.
But this is the very beginning.
Yeah, they're scheduling meetings here downtown St. Pete. So yeah, they've hired a contractor. We indicated at some point they came here, made a request that we would participate in the study, and so they are moving forward with it. But
Well, I know downtown St. Pete still wants it.
Yep.
Okay, but that doesn't mean we have to be a part of it. So they can reduce the scope. But when Mr. Leclerc looked at it, I heard a number, and I don't know that it's right. But if it is, it's insane. What was the ride cost?
I don't remember. There was several years ago, and he did not follow up on earlier conversations that we had.
Does anyone remember roughly?
I don't.
I heard $30 round trip per person.
I don't even remember us getting that. At least I never had that conversation. But let me just make one comment, and that is that at least until you have your conversation tomorrow, we have never really, from a city perspective, shut down any kind of feasibility study that is related to the city of Clearwater. So when you have your conversation, and assuming you all support that, then this will be the first time that we have officially articulated a perspective on kind of disengaging from it. So I just want.
I mean, I could have had the conversation and not ever, but I don't think that's right.
No,
I want to get everybody's opinion.
Yeah.
Mr. Delk, do you have something to add? Other than T-Barta has started.
I think trying to provide transportation choices for our millions of visitors a year is generally a good thing, but this is a policy decision for you, so that's.
Well, public transportation is always going to be something that the taxpayers pay for. I mean, for the bus transit system and everything else. But when you get into aerial transportation versus construction cost plus operational costs plus how many people are actually going to be able to use it or use it, a gondola system makes no sense to me. Now a countywide
BRT or light rail.
or light rail or something in the long run, I mean, we talked about light rail in Pinellas County back in the back in the 70s, as far back as the 70s, and if we'd have built it in the 70s, we'd be looking on it now like, man, what a bargain that was, because now the numbers are so, just mind-blowing when you look at them, but that makes sense because it's taking people to the population centers that do it. A gondola, to me, a gondola system is an attraction, and I just don't see the viability of it.
Well, and I don't foresee it being connected directly to something else.
Exactly. I mean, and, yeah.
I think it can be, as we think about it, and I drive through the beach every single day. And, and I think of all the hotels, and what do we have, 4 or 5 in the works right now? So you're piling more people down there. You've got North Beach. It is a nightmare when it's high season or a weekend. It is just gridlock. And, if we want people downtown, if they're taking their car down to the hotels and they're taking their car down to the beach, over the bridge heading west, and then we want them to spend some time in our downtown, what a great way to get on a gondola or a ferry and just take your body downtown and walk around and spend a few hours. So, I need more information. I need to hear from, different people. So however you communicate, I still want to learn more. And I guess we gave them direction to do the study and to allow us to learn more. So I think, when you say there's, construction cost, operational cost, blah, 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 I mean, we might think it's going to be astronomical, but maybe in the whole scheme of things, it's not. I don't know. Maybe they calculate how many cars we're taking off the road, how much CO2 we're reducing or whatever, so.
Well, but you're gonna have to build a parking garage that's adequate to the needs. It's not going to be right on the waterfront, because we don't have any land that you could do that on. And we're building parking spaces for about $25,000 a unit. So just do the math on that. And I can tell you this isn't an inexpensive project. And when the bridge was reconstructed, originally it was built for light rail to be on it. And then when we had the cracks, and I know you all didn't live here, so originally there were cracks that formed in the 2 center piers, and it was redesigned, and they put new structures around them, and then took the old ones out. And this was back when I was in all the transportation. We went back to have another study done by Rose Engineering back in about probably 2006, 2007. And they came back and said, we will not sign off on light rail being on the bridge. And it was because, not of weight, it was because of torque, of rails being connected to the center of the bridge and the torque of the car making a turn. Now, they would approve a rubber-tired vehicle in the center of the bridge. But so, most likely the gondola would have to be independent structures, would be my guess, that would have to go down in the bay. The bridge was how many million back in the day? 64?
Yeah.
Somewhere around 60.
Yeah.
67.
You're talking about $100 million project at a minimum, I would guess. So it is not going to be inexpensive. And so if you've got $100 million that you're going to have debt service on, unless somebody gives us the money, it's going to be enormous.
Obviously, it's difficult right now with Imagine Clearwater under construction, but I'm looking long-term. After Imagine Clearwater is done, I think it would be money well spent with all the new hotels, the hotels that are still coming out of the ground, and everything else out on the beach, to market very, very well to those hotels the availability of our ferry system from the beach to here. And if it means putting, adding 2 more boats to the ferry system so they make back and forth. You can catch a ferry every, 5 minutes or 10 minutes to get from the beach to downtown and vice versa. It's probably money well spent. That's money you can spend, and almost everybody likes to take a boat ride, and it's a whole lot less expensive than building a gondola attraction in my boat. So,
Well, I would also argue that the traffic that we have is generally not from the people that are staying at the hotels.
hopefully it
They
will.
get a rental car and they drive over and they give it to the parking attendant, and it sits there until they head back to TIA. It's the day trippers that cause the majority of the traffic, which is great, but it's not from the hotels for the most part. It really isn't. Because there's the same volume of cars coming off as there is that are going on. And those are day trippers. So, Councilmember Bunker?
So as I remember, Councilmember Albritton was, or Vice Mayor, rather, was very in favor of this, wasn't he? I thought, it sounded like he was very supportive.
He wanted to see the study.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I was on T-BARTA for 7 years. Unfortunately, T-BARTA has been gutted. They got this earmark to do this study, but other than this, they have no funding. And some of the legislators I talked to said they will most likely go away in the next couple of years.
Well, I just wanted to say that I could be a swing vote. Because I'm not enthusiastic about the program, but if Kathleen sees something in it and David sees something in it, and we find out what the costs really are and how feasible it is, I may vote for it. I may, depending on, further information. As far as parking, we're building a parking structure for the new city hall, right? Which is what is supposed to be the big parking solution for the park, I thought. Because people, I've been hearing people say, well, we don't want parking by the food hall because that's a waste. So people can just walk from that parking garage over to the food hall. Well, if they can do that, why can't they, walk over to a gondola?
But where are you going to have the takeoff area for the gondola? Are you going to put it between the Oaks and Water's Edge?
I have no idea.
It would have to.
That's why.
It would
I'm
have to
assuming they're
follow
doing the study.
60 pretty much. Because we have looked at things before. Originally, we had some property around Town Lake that could potentially have been used. But, we were trying to move further east. First of all, to get the traffic off of Court. And secondly, to get property that was more property. And then also less expensive property.
All I wanted to say was, if you go into the meeting tomorrow saying we definitely are not for this, well, there's a possibility that we would be interested, and I think if they're doing the study, it'd probably be good to find out, what the results are.
So you're on the fence.
I'm on the fence.
Kathleen?
I'd like to, I think respectfully for Forward Pinellas and WIT and all that stuff, I don't.
Well, this is a T-BARTA study.
Yeah, I don't feel like we should allow the study.
And I'm saying this because, as I recall, David was enthusiastic about it. And I don't think we should just ignore his opinion if that was the situation.
Well, we're going to have to get him to fly a different airline going forward. So. All right. Well, I still think it's a mistake regardless of whether it was given to us or not. The money, I think it's a terrible mistake. I think the people on Clearwater Beach will hate it if we're adding another 10,000 people, I think we'll ruin the experience out there. And I think it'll be astronomical, and I want to be on the record for that.
You think it would really add 10,000 people?
If you're not going to truly change the dynamic of how people go out there, then why do it in the first place?
I'm thinking of it still more as all those people on the beach would have another fun way to get down to see the park and see what we have on the mainland.
So now you put it in competition with the ferry and make both of them.
You have that choice when you're at Disney. You want to get on the monorail or you want to take the boat over.
You can't compare Disney's pocketbook to our pocketbook.
That's true. That's why I'm saying we need to find out the cost.
But
maybe I ought to let you have the conference call, because I don't think I can be unbiased about this. Swear to goodness, I think it's a terrible idea. It's going to be very difficult for me to send that message.
the funding for this study that T-Bar is doing is coming from?
Came from the legislature.
It came from the legislature?
Yeah.
So,
shockingly.
I don't know.
But if this is further linked to other cities and not just from the park to the beach.
It is not.
It is not? So St. Pete, oh, so it would be either for St. Pete or for us, or?
What they'll do is they will look at potential ridership. What they want to do is, I think they want to take it at St. Pete from USF over to Beach Drive. Is that what they were looking at? Now, I mean, it could be close enough to the PSTA transfer station that maybe that's a potential. I mean, it could potentially be used for employees going out to the beach instead of the ferry, or instead of the beach trolley. But depending on what the price is, it's going to have to be subsidized. So, okay, I've got enough. We've beaten this one up. Anything else? Any items that you all want on future agendas?
I do.
Councilmember Beckman?
I have, okay, so I have, where are my ideas? Well, okay. Number one, ocean, okay, here we go. I would like to have, outside of our city meetings, during our work session possibly, but definitely during our council session, I'd like to have a table out there where people can get information about upcoming studies, engagement with our strategic plan, our comp plan. We're having these community meetings that are going to be happening this week. Information about voting, signing up to, vote by mail. You all know I have a newsletter. I'd like to have that monthly newsletter out there. Just current, our My Clearwater magazine, all sorts of materials that can encourage citizen engagement. I'd like to have on a table out there during our, at the beginnings of our city council meetings. So I wanted to run that by you.
We can put these on an agenda. We're not going to do them today.
Yeah, that's fine. So a future agenda on that. I'd like to discuss our council budget. So I understand that we actually have a budget, like in our little, for offices or personal use for what, not personal, but for our work use. I'd like to know what that amount is and what the parameters are for that budget. So I'd like to talk about that. And then Ocean Allies and Amplify are working together for a campaign to pick up trash, to clean up our city. They were going to have a week-long event in July, but that's been moved to a campaign starting October 11th and ending with a citywide cleanup on October 16th as a potential. And they've developed some really nice posters. They are, what do the posters say? They're like, I thought I'd put this in here. But, I am an ocean ally, solution, be part of the solution, not the pollution, and put waste in the right place. And so I would like to propose that the city, at the city's expense, we print out some of those posters and put them in city buildings, namely rec centers, libraries, just to help them get that message out. And then the last thing is, I had a presentation by a group called Through Green about a week and a half ago. And they're an organization, I think they're based in Washington, D.C., And they have software and technology that will time stoplights to reduce idling at stoplights.
We already have that.
We have that?
Doesn't work very well, but we have what's called ITS software. It's run by the county. It's something that we went into an agreement with, what year, Bill? Probably '06?
Yeah.
'05, '06.
Okay.
They have a traffic control center down by the sheriff's office on Ulmerton. It's called ITS, Intelligent Transportation System. That's what all the cameras are on Gulf Today, for instance.
Okay.
So
Well-
Tara, it might be helpful to get the council members.
Well, I recommended that council member give me that information.
So they could vet it, yeah. So I just wanted to give you a heads up, because they have a program where it's a free, it's, you know, they want to give us a trial to, I know, but
It was a
you know.
sales pitch.
It's
Yeah,
not a
that's what
sale, I
that's
don't think it's, they use it in Philadelphia, so it's being used in DC, Phoenix, and Indianapolis. So anyway, I just thought I'd put that out there, so I'll share information with staff, you all can vet them and see if they're legit, and, you know, software and technology hasn't updated things or made big advancements, I bet we can do better.
Well, but just understand that the major corridors in the city, Gulf to Bay, Keene, and Belcher, are not something that we can move forward with without the county controls that.
Yeah.
So the only thing that we can do unilaterally are other
Intersections
streets.
that belong to us, okay.
And we have timing mechanisms on them.
Well, Tara Kivett, Engineering. We're just now starting actually a feasibility type study with the county on looking big picture at getting more of our corridors on this ATMS ITS. So we will look at new technology as we go through that process.
And one of the discussions Mr. Horn and I had with the county administrator was, we have some conflicts where we have city intersections along the current corridors where they're not necessarily speaking all the time, but.
And the county shows a lot more, likes to move traffic north and south, and a lot of times we're looking to try and get traffic moving east-west, and there's a conflict there.
That's where we're challenged. Okay, anything else? All right, we'll see everybody Thursday. We're adjourned.